Alright, well, hello and welcome back to yet another stream of Rough Rolling, where 10 is a gift and 15 is granted by the grace or pity of a god. I'm Gray, the resident storyteller and GM, and we're glad to have you here again. We should be back to our normal schedule, barring any unforeseen hiccups, and for now it'll be a fun few sessions, a lot of exciting things to come, and I'm hoping both my players and the audience will get to see some real developments here in the next few weeks. So, aside from that, we've got some things cooking on the back burner that we're hoping to make real here soon, but until then, let's review what we did last time. Joel, why don't you have Daxius bring us up to speed?
Daxis has just been kind of sleepwalking through this day. Just woke up, was dragged over. We were dragged over back to, after already speaking with him earlier. We went back and spoke with Lightfried, the Frost Giant, to listen to more of his stories. Actually, probably the only thing Dax I was interested in pretty much the entire time. He had some... Spoke about stories of old, about the giants and humans. 3-part story. If you want to listen to the full of that, you can. It's all on our VOD. Free to watch. It's also on YouTube.
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe, follow, ring the bell.
Whatever the other things are that are apparently...
Like, comment, subscribe, share, tell all your friends.
Add to your
Blood
favorites.
sacrifice.
Make sure you watch it a couple of times to help it with the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure to buy bots that will subscribe to our channel and inflate our viewership.
Please at Susan on Twitter to tell her to give us more subscribers.
Yeah, what we really need to boost our popularity is to start a harassment campaign. I feel like we get a lot more numbers that way. That'd be very
It
good.
works for politicians.
Any press is good press.
And we should all start wearing those shoes that are like very clearly stilts, and just make it look like there's a foot in there.
The ones that Ron DeSantis uses.
I think his name is Rhonda Santis. Based on those
Santa?
high heels.
Ron,
Those
I hate
look
Disney,
wrong.
the Santas.
Jeff Bezos?
Okay, but
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos is actually kind of hot.
No, we're moving right along past that.
We're
I'm
on
looking up a picture.
No, no,
I'm looking up
we're-
a picture.
We are
What
on
he looks
Twitch.
like
We
right
have
now.
to say that. He owns us.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
I want
We got-
everyone in the circle to say that Jeff Bezos is hot.
Jeff Bezos is hot.
No. So what else happened?
At the end of the conversation, Dax just got some tidbit about some people up in the north, some of his people, and then after that, they went over to the Manor Hold for a party that Garugamesh had some connections to. Most of us, except for Victalion, decided to head over there and schmooze a little bit, and butter up the
Daxius-
locals, see if we can get some information.
What was Vic doing in the meantime?
I don't actually know what Vic was doing. Vic was off.
He was fucking around.
We
don't
recapped
care.
it in the chat.
Yes,
Well,
I don't
somebody
think
did.
that's what he was actually doing.
Oh,
For all Daxius is aware, Victalion went and just went to brood in the Lion and Lady or something, or in the library. I don't know if he mentioned where he was going. At least I didn't catch it. But we had a party at Palace von Wollenstone. Grugamesh got talking with the what was the man's name?
Willenstone.
Wollenstone, right. Well, I didn't.
And we met a
first name.
suspicious wizard.
We did meet a suspicious wizard. There was a guy in a serpent's mask that I tried to peer into the thoughts of. Didn't work, followed him, and I lost his trail, but that is something to put a pin in. Tried buttering up to the to von Wollenstone, but kind of resisted a lot of our attempts, and so eventually we departed for the night, heading over to the Tar Barrel Carry for the rest of a night of revelry.
I think that's where we left off.
That is indeed. So,
Right,
With
so
you
I
guys-
need to do a little bit of shopping.
okay.
Oh, are you talking about
You,
paying me back?
No,
I'm not gonna drop that, just so you know.
that's fine.
So, with you guys having finished with the, at least for your time at the Masquerade at the Von Wallenstone estate, you guys actually do head out. I know Giru was the one that wanted to do the tar barrel carry, and I think he's the only one that wanted to do the tar barrel carry.
Yup.
I'm more than fine to watch.
Specifically, Sven
Strength.
is staying at the party late.
Yeah, that's right, because you were schmoozing and ingratiating yourself with the local rich weirdos.
Yep.
All right.
And
So,
then if you listen closely to the background of Birch's microphone, you can hear exactly what that sounds like.
What kind of things
Yes.
are you doing with this rich weirdo?
Foot stuff mostly.
Doing
No.
shots with Pocket Cat.
He's
Okay.
just schmoozing
Yeah.
with the rich people, just like telling stories, ingratiating himself, being friendly and making connections.
whatever you want to call it.
Is the
Mhm.
Denny syrup off the table? I mean, I'm worried about it getting stuck in Ben's paws, or is that not an issue?
Is there some
Anyway.
Denny's?
I'm gonna want to press the digitation just in case for that. But I will say that Sven is kind of acting. He's not a noble, but he's acting kind of like maybe a knight would. Not like all honorable, but like someone who isn't a noble but still expects to be treated well. If that makes
Like Aaron.
sense.
That's
Nah,
kind of how
he's-
Garugamesh acts.
He's just somebody with high standards right now.
Fair enough. You have performed rather well. So you were able to mostly, I guess, enjoy yourself over the course of the night. Whenever you leave is whenever you leave at this point.
Mm-hmm.
However, you will not be enjoying the other event. Before you guys go there, you are told that you will have to go to one of the northern gates. But before that, does anybody try to go get Vic, or is he just going to be left at the chapter house again?
I'm happy to go and get him.
I thought you were gonna say
I
I'm
can
happy
also-
to leave him.
I can also send Etur to go and get him.
I mean,
I don't know. If he wanted to, he would.
it's fine. I got retraining stuff to do.
Oh, okay.
Up to you.
No, but we should seriously. Someone should go get Vic.
I mean,
You
if it's
want-
easier, we can say that he just met up with you guys afterwards.
Sure.
Get to.
Sure.
Sure. Yes, I am. Let's keep going.
Alright. You, alright.
Well, I mean, you would definitely be made aware of it, and plus, I think you were already schedule-wise aware of it as well. So, it's up to you. As the prescribed time comes around, or probably a little bit before that, so you can get there in time, you arrive at the northwestern gate. So you actually don't need to travel very far. Once you're there, you meet a group of individuals, primarily men, although there are some women, who are geared out and what one would do a lot of heavy labor in. Few of them are wearing things like blacksmith smocks and other protective gear for things with dealing with high heat. Hiro, do you even change your clothes?
Oh yeah, I go and change into my,
Normal clothes.
yeah, not my armor, but normal clothes.
So, there is also a sizable crowd of people standing around, mostly focused on the 10 barrels. Well, not full barrels. Most of them are cut in half. and they're filled up about 2/3 of the way with what looks like to be heavy tar or pitch. Thus the name.
Mm.
There are a couple others milling around, and you guys can get the idea as to who is running it. There are some people who are wearing vestments, basically the clothes of a priesthood. However, these are not the priesthood that worked at the Red Temple. These actually seem to be to belong to the Temple of the Blessed City, so most likely the priesthood to Azarian, who is the god of cities and civilization. Mostly younger, working around. However, the one person who seems to be maybe running the show, depending on the the deference that is being paid to him, is an older gnome male. A call comes out of those who are participating to come over, and I'm assuming that you obviously do. You and 9 other people gather around near the city gates, and a few of the priesthood kind of size everybody up, and they seem to find everybody to be acceptable in whatever it is that they're judging you all on. Finally, one of the younger men says, "Does everyone here know what it is they will be partaking in today?"
I could use a refresher.
There are a few other people that are like, yeah, there's definitely like a handful of people who are like, I'm not 100% sure, but the other ones who are like, yeah, I know everything, look at everyone else, like, you guys are dumbasses. And the priest nods his head and says, "The goal here is not a race. This is a feat of endurance." He gestures around to the multitude of half barrels filled with tar and says, "You will be carrying those from here," and he gestures to the gate, "all the way into the town square just outside of the trophy room. For those of you who have been through town, you'll have noticed that there has been built an effigy, several, out of straw and hay. That is where you will be taking these barrels. And once you reach there, you will pour the tar over the effigies and then toss the barrel in. So, the barrels," and he kind of looks around them and says, "despite their perhaps seemingly diminutive size, generally weigh around 100 to 125 pounds. How you carry it will be up to you. However, those of you who are not wearing gloves, I would rectify that situation before this begins." You do notice a lot of other people are wearing, like I said, heavy clothes. Heavy in this meaning not to protect you from physical blows, but from heat.
I'm gonna use perception to see if there's anyone who's had second thoughts and is backing out.
That would actually be a sense motive.
That'd be a sense motive. Okay.
Among the other guys who are standing around, you see a guy kind of look around, like, not certain, like, what's going on, but as soon as he sees everyone else kind of go, yeah, we know, he's like, just shuts up, because, you know.
Does he have specialized gloves?
Most of them do. Even if even that guy is dressed up, he appears to be dressed in the vestments of somebody who probably is a fisherman or something like that. So the clothes that he's wearing are pretty heavy. They're definitely not made for, like, working in a forge, but they'll probably work.
How? I'm trying to think of a way to go about getting these gloves. I'm gonna go up to him. "Fella, look at me, and I know if you know who I am, I'm going to offer you 10 gold for your gloves.
Just kind of been shadowing Gurgamesh, and I just like tap on his shoulder. You don't know how much 10 gold is worth, right?
It's nothing to a man like me.
It's everything to a man like me, and you're just throwing it away like it's nothing. I'm kind of insulted by proxy.
You will have some time if you just want to walk somewhere else to get something.
Oh, okay.
There's stores open.
Sure. I would like to go buy a pair of heavy duty gloves then.
It'll cost you like a gold. They're definitely
A gold.
something that a professional blacksmith or redsmith would wear. They go like basically all the way up your forearm. And by the time that's your back, it's not very far. There's a decent amount of shops along this area. You see that they've set up like a little bit of a kind of a stage, and you see the Nomish man. He's dressed in clothes that are definitely like pretty nice. Whoever he is definitely higher up in the I guess hierarchies of the church. Mostly whites and blues, some browns in there. And he gets up, and as he does, he kind of like raises his arms. He's pretty kind of creaky because of his age. Like you can tell that he's probably. I mean, gnomes do live relatively longer than humans, but they're not immortal. They're not even as long-lived as dwarves. Generally speaking, they might hit 200, and might is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence right now. So he gets up, and as soon as he raises his arms, like the crowd quiets down, and he kind of gives like a little bit of like an appreciative smile, and like he's quiet for a moment, like his face kind of falling, and then he opens up, and like it almost seems like he changes into someone significantly younger, and he calls out, "For 1,000 years!" He looks around to make sure that everyone's quiet. "We have performed this ritual to keep in our memories the dozens, if not indeed hundreds, of children and younger people who have been kidnapped and killed by the Fae who inhabit these woods, or used to. It has been 1,000 years since the Inquisitor Rhys Tarkin came to the city to help us deal with the foul sorceress Eliana, who, not caring for the humans of the Empire who moved into this area, who cut down the trees, who hunted in the woods, who grew families and livelihoods, and decided that in payment for what they had taken, she would take their young. And just like then, we will honor her and their memory in the same way that Tarkin did all those years ago." He moves to the edge of the stage towards where the barrels are like lined up, gestures out and says, "My good fellows, you may step forward and pick up one of the barrels. You may carry it however you want. Whatever will make it easiest to cart it the 1,500 feet to the square."
I walk up to the barrel, and I put my hands around it, feeling. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna try and put my hands underneath of it and hold it kind of like this, squat.
Okay. So kind of lifting it up like this to hold.
No, an
Okay.
underarm grip like this. But I do have the dwarven trait of slow and steady, As I'm picking it up, I'm going to feel for the center of balance and balance it with my own.
Well, you do notice that the center of gravity for it seems to be pretty low. And you do notice as you pick it up, like, despite the interior, like the contents being liquid, it does not move. Like, it is
Right.
thick as shit. Tar and molasses are about as equal in viscosity. Most of the other men do squat down and pick it up. A decent amount of them hold it like up on their shoulders or even actually up on top of their heads.
Mm-hmm.
Those that do pick it up that way and are definitely on the taller side kneel down. The Nomish man steps off, drops the couple of feet to the ground, relatively with aplomb, and walks along the front, like just studying everybody. Most of the dudes here, even like the quote-unquote weaker ones, are built like brick shithouses.
Mm-hmm.
There are definitely a decent amount of blacksmiths. There are guards. There are soldiers. There are local people who you've seen compete in the Red Temple and the not in the tournament, but in the smaller events. Most of them, however, do appear to be local of some kind. Primarily human. There is a one other dwarf and a dragonborn as well, a red scaled one. And the Nomish man says, "If you feel that you cannot carry it, it is the best thing to place it down and not drop it." He then lifts his hands up and then goes from person to person, lighting the barrels of tar on fire.
Wow.
He once the barrels are lit, everyone stands up. The Nomish man backs up and says, "Remember that this is not a test of speed, it is a test of strength. Perhaps half of you might reach there. We shall see. At your leisure, gentlemen." He reaches up, snaps his fingers, and vanishes. So.
I yell out, "Frinsburg!" and I start taking slow steps towards the wooden effigies.
Okay. Give me a fort save.
You got this.
Big money.
Hey, let's go.
No winnies.
It's a lot of dice.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of other dudes.
So Greg, I'll tell you my strategy now, because I don't know how you're doing dice rolls. But as I'm carrying it like this, the point of stress will be on my hands, and when he said don't drop it if you or don't try and hold on to it if you get tired. But if Garugumesh's hands get tired, he's going to then transition it up onto his shoulder, like others have done.
Okay.
So that way, he doesn't fatigue his entire body at once.
Okay. You, I would say about half of the group starts off pretty damn strong. Like, most of everyone is moving slow. Some strain. The crowd around you is, kind of calling. Half of them are pissed drunk. Like, you can tell that. Those of you who are standing around can fucking tell that they're all drunk. And it is a slow, grinding, and yet at the same time almost quick-paced thing. Despite the weight that you and the others are carrying, everybody seems to have a very clear goal in mind and are moving towards it. Glacially, sure, but direct. A few of the others definitely fall behind. Some people kind of struggling to move and balance the weight. I think a lot of them were expecting, because it's liquid, to move, and quickly learn that tar does not do that unless it's hot already.
Is it going to is it going to continue to liquefy the longer it's on fire?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Anyways, Garugamesh is going to account for that.
Okay.
Hopefully.
The first leg simply goes down to where the main road starts leading into the square itself from the northwestern gate. It takes you past the park outside of the Shrine of Athisius and right towards the Blue Flame Tavern, where a lot of people have gathered because, you know, it's a tavern. It's 10 o'clock during a festival night. There's a lot of people there, calling and screaming, hanging out of the windows. I would say you and about 5 others are keeping relatively abreast of one another.
Yeah, breast.
Give me another fort save.
Heck yeah.
Well done.
That was all skill, guys.
No luck whatsoever. Luck in my dice rolling game? It's more likely than you think.
So, you and one other guy, kind of a hulking-looking guy, dressed in the colors of the guard, so primarily silver and black, are pretty much keeping near the front. He's keeping a little bit ahead of you, but that's not much by comparison, considering the event. You guys pass the Blue Flame Tavern, going towards the Silver Core's offices, and you hear the crowd suddenly go, "Oh!" Those of you who are not participating see a guy trip, like near the back, and the barrel goes down. Thankfully, it does not crack, and because the interior is not liquid enough, it doesn't spill out, but people rush out to make sure that it stays upright so that doesn't change. So, and then there were 9. As you are passing into the next area, 2 other people bow out as well. Whereas the first person tripped, these people realized, I don't think I'm going to make any farther. I don't want this falling on me. And they place it down. There are some calls of like, "Oh," but that one seems to be a lot less like, "Oh, you didn't drop it and fuck up." Like, that's not as fun. NASCAR's not as fun unless there's a wreck.
Fun fact, no one has died in NASCAR since Dale Earnhardt.
Nope, they're fucking shockingly safe. Give me another fort.
Can I use the guy in front of me as a bonus to motivate Garugamesh?
I will give you a +1.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna need all of it.
Still not bad.
Okay. So, the next leg takes you past the Silver Core's offices and towards the next square. This is definitely a longer of a leg. So that actually goes out. Okay, so. And you and that same guy are still basically in step with one another. The other people are behind, but they're not, like, falling behind. They're not, like, giving up. They're just not nearly going as quickly. As you get towards the next square, which seems to be a much more populated thoroughfare, there's a lot more people, like, throwing stuff. You can hear, like, noisemakers and instruments being played. There are kids that are, like, running along the side, like, waving stuff and making noise and, you know, throwing stuff. There are kids that are wearing, like, masks that are really, like, caricatures of, like, fae women. Like, think Hansel and Gretel, the witch, kind of going through that. Others are wearing, like, horrific-looking, like, death masks that look like they're burning and that kind of stuff. It's really fucking horrendous. Right now, it's basically you and one other guy to take it, at least as far as you know. The rest of you can see that there is another guy relatively close behind him, and then the remaining 3 are trailing behind that. Give me one more fort save.
Dang. Garugamesh is losing steam.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You and the other guy get to be flush with one another as you go into the final stretch. It has been, I want to say, a grueling fucking process. You, during the, not this leg, but the previous leg, had to move it up onto your shoulders, and other people have had to move it around. And as the time has gotten on, the challenge has gotten significantly harder. Not just because the amount of weight that you're carting through this town, but by now, the heat is very, very obvious. Those of you who are following or watching from the sidelines, the barrels are burning. The tops of them are actually starting to blacken and like cool down, like actually break off into charcoal. That is how bad it is. Those of you, especially who hold it up near your face or above your head, it goes right up against your face, right up against your skin, and it is not pleasant. And that is why 3 other people do not make it. In total, only 4 people, including Garugamesh, makes it to the into the effigies, which in the center is gathered a circle of straw figures, one of which at the center is very large, like Wicker Man large. From the movie, not the douchebags that go out into the desert to do drugs and, you know, get high and dance in the desert for some fucking reason. Rich assholes would have nothing better to do. But around them are like about a dozen smaller ones, obviously meant to be children. And as you guys get close, you pour, like dumping it out onto the effigies, and then, however you want to, pitching the barrel into the center. Garugamesh, you get there first. The other 3 are like right behind you.
Garugamesh is gonna pour his, and then he's gonna do a circle throw and just chuck it straight into the center of the big one.
The effigies go up, well, like dry straw. It is very quick, very sudden, before the tar spreads out, and up the effigies, licking, like the fire licking up it and seizing at it. It's almost, as the fires go up, those of you who are standing near, it's almost like you can hear the screams of those who died in this way. And as the fire begins to go up, the Nomish man appears kind of out of a puff of smoke, dropping a couple inches to the ground, and turns around and like raises his hands up towards the effigy. Turns around to the crowd, like touches his fingers to his throat, and with a magically enhanced voice screams out, "And thus dies the sorceress Eliana, and with her at least 24 captives from old Innsburg. The elven gate into the Feywild was destroyed, the cave in which it was held, and all of the warriors who guarded it were turned to ash as the traps of barrels of tar were set alight and kicked down into that hellmouth. And just like this, we celebrate hearing the screams of a monster who kidnapped at least 100 innocent children, and the victims who could not be saved. And we remember every year. Never forget. The Fae are beautiful, but they cannot be trusted." And he takes his hand away, takes his bow, and there's like a cheer. Drink is had, like people throw shit towards the effigies. And in the center, like, it is a fucking raging inferno. For those of you who have never been here, who have never seen this, it is surreal in a way. This mass of people drinking and eating and cheering and throwing shit there are definitely people, especially those who are dressed in more religious clothing, who are much more somber, who are looking at this in a way I think most people who would have, understood what this is about would. Although then again, tragedy and time equals comedy. So I guess 1,000 years is long enough to laugh at such a thing, and yet, as the fire climbs up over the largest effigy, which was dressed in like ratty clothes to indicate, a dress, like a robe, and begins to crack and even break and fall apart. It is morose. It is truly fucking morose. Those of you who made it the entire way into the center and got the joy of doing a little bit of arson, you're treated pretty well. Most of the people, like, free booze is handed out. Food, primarily like puff pastries that have like a glaze on top of them, are handed out. That seems to be a thing with this, and you're not really sure why. I'm certain Gurgamesh probably basks in this.
Yeah, pretty much. He's looking to get his hands on some of those puff pastries. So I think he's more looking for a food stall than whatever else is going on. He worked up an appetite.
The rest of you, how did you perceive all of this?
I wanted to go ask Daxius what he thought of it after I got some food.
Daxis is just chilling on the sidelines waiting for you.
So, was that a little strange to you? When he started talking about why we were carrying tar barrels, it was a little shocking to me.
Yeah, I can't say I'm, it's of all the things to celebrate, I don't know why it's always this kind of thing with human celebrations.
Well, I mean, I can understand holding a grudge for 1,000 years, maybe in dwarven or elven culture, but it seems a little barbaric for humans to be doing it. I mean, that's like, how many of their generations have gone by and they're still calling for the death of all Fae?
Yeah, well, if you ask me, one, it's not totally unfounded. The Fae, he is right, the Fae are fucking dangerous. But, just, it seems like to me that humans don't really seem to put that as much thought into it as other races do. Just, they'll take any excuse to party, even if it's tragedy.
Fair enough.
I've been in enough cities and seen enough celebrations like this that it doesn't faze me as much as it used to, but...
What's the most shocking one you've seen?
There was a town, I don't remember the name, it was much smaller than this, but there was apparently a good, like, 200-300 years ago or something, there was some genie that fucked with the mayor, and now they just get, like, a bunch of, like, stuffed things that look like genies, vaguely. They whack them, and then candy falls out, and then they get, like, a huge pyre and stuff, and they burn books in it that are related to the Fae. It's really... really weird.
I wonder if they import books every year, just for that purpose.
I didn't stick around long enough to find out. I got out of that town real quick.
Oh, yeah.
You do get the feeling, you as well as everyone else here, that the people who are celebrating here, this is Christmas to them. For some people, there's a religious importance behind it. For others, it's just an excuse to eat food, get drunk, and do dumb shit. The whole, rigmarole around it seems to be far less important than everything else.
My
Happy
biggest
Kid, day,
outstanding...
here's your presents.
My only outstanding concern is just why do they need an occasion to do all this? I mean, if I wanted to have like a big celebration in a town I lived in, I would just say, "Hey, everyone, we're having a fucking celebration. Deal with it. We're all getting drunk tonight."
Well, I think the occasion behind it gives them reason to remember it's happening. Because it's a little easier to remember the Burning Man versus just the yearly celebratory party. I mean,
suppose.
think back to, I don't know. I mean, I was going to use the example of Saturnalia, which was just a big excuse for, the Romans to party
Hmm.
under religious pretext. So,
Well, I suppose for those who are religious, they do need to give themselves an excuse, but unlike them, I'm not bound by those rules.
yes, well, not everyone's an adventurer who can get shit-faced every night and not be looked down upon.
Oh, well, still looked down upon.
By who?
That's the point. Well, no one right now, but as soon as I, go back to normal, just kind of comes with the territory of being, not an ancestor race.
Right.
Inheritor race, I think, actually. Regardless, did you enjoy yourself?
It was fun. It was a nice workout. My muscles
Good.
are screaming.
Don't your kind have a saying, something like "no pain, no gain"?
That's accurate. No pain, no gain.
I have no idea what it means, but yeah.
It's kind of like when... This might relate to you since you are Kitsune. It's like when you prune a tree for new growth. You must push your muscles to the extreme to rid yourself of that weakness.
Right. I've just never understood.
I love the racism.
That was not...
It's like how
Now-
you Kitsune do nature things.
That wasn't racism. That was me trying to relate to Daxius.
You just
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of think
buddy.
for a second,
And
like,
he
did
had
I
the
ever
social
prune
skills of
tree?
Wellerock.
Well, I think I understand what you mean, but I don't know. Just never really been the muscly type. I think I get it though.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's the reason you stay back in the fight. We only need so many ripped, muscly, oily dudes in this group, and the competition's already pretty fierce. And then Garugamesh flexes and his shirt rips off.
Daxius actively makes an attempt to not look at him when he says that sentence, and his shirt rips. Yeah, a lot of oiled up guys around here.
Gilgamesh bought a shirt that was 3 sizes too small explicitly for
For
that
this,
reason.
yeah.
Mark off 1 silver.
Oh, thank God, I can breathe now.
Well, speaking of muscular men, should we check in on Vic?
He's here.
We probably should.
He is?
He's just standing silently in the corner, like just off screen, like the camera pans over, and he's standing there, and then the camera just pans back.
He's just standing there.
He's got a cream puff in his hand, just kind of looking at it.
He's wearing a shirt that says, "I'm not as think as you drunk I am."
Or it's just the piece of the shirt from Garugamesh that it ripped off, just stuck to his armor.
He's looking at it like, eh.
I mean, are you like right beside us, or where are you at?
General vicinity.
All right. Ah, there you are. Welcome. I didn't see you there.
As well. Didn't want to miss out on Garugamesh's showing.
Oh, did you?
Somehow.
You saw it then.
Somehow Vic returned.
I've been here for half an hour now.
Oh. Well, better here than the party. It was rather boring.
Yes, those types of things are a bit outside of my comfort zone, I suppose.
I got us some good loot though, or some good gold that we can split up.
Fuck yeah, that's always music to my ears. Oh, yes. I should inform you, Vic. We did... Gonna scan around. There was a guy at the party. I used my... the spell that I know that I will not mention because we're in a crowd. That I can... Yeah. They were able to see through that and notice I was there.
I will be right back. I stopped my mic on though.
I'd say that's entirely unexpected if they have some amount of magical capabilities.
It was a person in a serpent's mask, and... Well... I don't know who they were, but it's just if... Could be something to put a pin in and at least be aware of that... I don't know if they were able to see through my disguises or anything, or if they were able to find out if it was me doing it, but... Just something... I figured I'd at least keep you up to date.
Appreciate it. Something to keep in mind should we choose that as a going move moving forward.
Speaking of moves going forward, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Well, I suppose that's something that we, as a group, haven't quite nailed down, but I presume that we're, at the very least, pursuing the idea of figuring things out with a undead situation.
It is the last day of the celebration. You could do it tomorrow or the next day, depending on everyone's feeling. I would be happier to get it done sooner than later. I'm not really one for these kind of festivals.
Yes, if we can find the rest of the party, it might be good to nail down exactly how we plan to go about this, but in any case, it's probably not good talking about it in the open here.
Yes, I happen to agree. Where did Grogamesh run off to?
I think he's doing laundry.
Out here?
I mean, he did lose a shirt recently.
True.
You
I
fixed
actually
that by
saw
doing
him.
laundry.
Maybe it was his last clean shirt.
I actually did see him, out by the Lion and Lady. There's the fountain there. I saw him one morning, like a few days ago, just washing his clothes in it. So that really wouldn't shock me.
Well, that sounds like him. I assume we're all meeting back at the chapter house after festivities are taken care of for this evening.
I've got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Ah, there you are.
Ooh.
Let's get a new shirt on.
You're better at appearing and disappearing.
Yeah, well, I've invested a few points into stealth.
Points? What?
What do you mean, what? You don't see all your attributes on a nice little spreadsheet?
Yeah.
What?
Have you ever seen the show Sword Art Online?
No, I can't say that I have. Is that like a new musical or something?
It's probably one of the worst written tragedies I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing.
Is it a tragedy in the fact that it's like got like bad shit that happens to the characters, or is it just a tragedy in the fact that it's written in the first place?
Both. The main character gets trapped in some sort of hell world, but then every time he encounters a woman, they are instantly entrapped within his social circle, and lots of weird stuff happens to them. Like one time, the main female lead just got groped repeatedly on page by. Yeah, it is a tragedy.
Everything fades away.
That's like in
Reality
game. That's
ends.
like the entirety of reality starts melting.
Is this Sven's new play?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's called The King in Yellow.
Sword Art Online canonically exists
That's a
within Gray's universe.
Well, that's one way to put it.
I guess at least the three of us are headed back to the chapter house. Not the rest of them.
Yep. I'll head back too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know where everybody is.
We might be waiting on
I
Sven
assume
for a
around.
bit.
Then
He is
is-
at the party right now, but I don't know how long
Sven
he'll
just
be.
gonna stay there basically the whole night.
I think probably until it's over, honestly.
It'll probably end at about midnight.
Does someone want to go fetch him, like, even briefly? I mean, we can always
send
talk,
a
and
tour.
that works. I would rather not be within a 100-meter radius of that place anyway.
Do you think we'll be able to get into a party like that?
That's a good point.
He's very small and he flies. I assume they won't bother him.
It's also
Hmm.
mostly outdoors, so. Well.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's able to go. Sven, I figure at this point you're just doing as you have been doing, talking and.
So
Yes.
Sven actually wants to learn about how to get a last name. Like what the process is, if he can like get a title, nobility, or stuff like that. Because I imagine in this time period, people don't really have last names unless they're somebody.
No, actually,
And,
more and more people do, especially in cities like these, simply because the amount of people who are here is greater than the amount of, names and whatnot. Now, for like non-noble or non-landed people, a lot of the names are very simple. Obviously, like Smith, Fisher, things like that, Fleischer are very common because they're just, you're Jim the Butcher, or Fred the Tailor. Like, it's just, or named after a geographic location or the street that they live on or something like that. Yeah. You ask people, though, some of the people think that you're joking when you ask that.
Sven's never had a last name.
And when you, indicate that you're not bullshitting, they're like, well, you just, take one. Tell enough people that's what it is, and, who are they to say otherwise? As for the nobility part, well, either you have it or you don't.
But you can buy nobility, right?
Again, there's another person standing nearby and says, oh, don't listen to her. You can earn things, if you get in with the right people or do the right impressive thing. It's generally not harder considering that there are only so many titles to go around, especially in a smaller kingdom such as this. A larger place, so ingratiate yourself with the right nobles and, well, you could technically earn a sir before your name. Maybe.
I might have to look into this kind of stuff. We can roleplay this out if you want, but Sven, I'm not. I think Sven's very interested in this kind of thing, but I don't want to take up time roleplaying if we want to do other stuff.
I want to hear it.
It's cool.
I personally am a bit like the name Spin's Storytolan. It sounds like storyteller. I think that'd be a cool name. If you're open to suggestions.
Spin chain.
I've heard of such things as buying noble titles, but I, in truth, don't know where I would go for these things. Do you go to a baron, a prince, a king?
Well, generally as high up the ladder as you can go. It's not impossible to buy a title. I mean, they're saying that Baronet Ulrichsen was given one just so that he wouldn't move his ironworks to a different city. Make yourself important enough and part of the system enough, and they'll give you one just so that you won't go somewhere else. As for actually exchanging money for a title, it's not impossible. And another guy kind of nods and says, in the right place, in the right cities, you can always do that. But in Ferrand and Devron, it's a lot easier, considering the weight of titles down there isn't nearly as, He kind of, like, you know, rolls his head and, like, laughs a little bit with the other man and the one woman that you've been talking to, and she, like, kind of pushes them a little bit. They're mostly pretty plastered. There must be a joke there, but they don't tell you.
I can infer. Perhaps I should. I suppose there's a good many ways I would go about it. Which would you recommend? I imagine perhaps owning some lands would be a good start.
That and maybe marrying the right person. That's always the easiest way to get into it. You know, if you're not, you know, too picky about who it is you shack up with.
I'm sure there's plenty of women that I would like, but not a great many nobles who would willingly wed off their child to an adventurer like me.
Oh, that's, one way to look at it, I suppose.
Yes,
Wow.
yes. Perhaps land is the best way. Sven considers buying land for the rest of the party, I guess.
I think to have a title and to get a title from land, you need to have people who live on that land.
It's kind of nebulous. Technically, that would be true. Like, if you want like an actual title, baron, count, whatever, that is actually a governmental title. Like this, I'm talking to you as like an actual, like a DM to a player.
Right? No, I get it.
So it would have to be something that is granted to you. That said, technically there are an unlimited amount of titles. If a king or prince or whatever, you know, carves off a piece of land from somebody else's title and says, "This is yours now. Do with it as you please." Technically, you become a baronet, you know, viscount, baron, count, duke, what have you.
It's a good way to make enemies with your new neighbors.
Yeah, I know, but that's sort of how it goes. Also, this is an era, at least towards the end of the era, but still within it in the right places, where nobles will go to war with one another, like within the same fucking country, in order to take land, title, money, whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, let's just do that.
The start of land war in Asia.
I mean, we're playing this high fantasy sort of role play where we're fighting like vampires and dragons and stuff. But we could just go full on Game of Thrones where we raise an army and just take over other noble houses. I don't
mean,
really want to do
theoretically, we
that, but
could.
if that's what the way it goes,
Yeah,
that'd be kind
Sure,
of funny.
great would be maybe in 10 levels.
Yeah, God
yeah.
forbid we do anything plot related in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe in
Maybe once we're level 20, we can do that.
We see one of Gray's NPCs coming down the road at us. Quick, don your hats of disguise and act like someone else.
Oh yeah, someone wants to speak to us. Time to change our identities and run off.
Again.
Hey, let's go get drunk and go to a party. We've only done that every single fucking night.
I mean, we certainly have the reputation right now to be good landowners. I mean, sure, we get plastered every night.
Can we please move on? We don't need to worry about this right now.
So,
We haven't done anything in like 4 sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you said it.
Yeah.
So, who's going back to the chapter house now that the event is done?
I
I
am.
will.
Okay. Then Etor comes to you, delivers the note that Burnix has written. Probably just
I tear it up.
I'm not there.
yeah. So you know, you're a big boy. You can take care of yourself.
Unfortunately, I cannot read. No.
That explains
Yeah.
everything.
All right, I'll return to the chapter house.
Okay. So, everyone is going back.
Mhm.
Okay.
With everyone back at the chapter house, now would be a good time to split up the proceeds from the sapphire amulet we sold.
Okay.
Um,
So, I'm assuming you guys are gonna sit there in the common room, do a little bit of. You can split it up however you want, but you're gonna be there, talking. I'm assuming.
so if we split it up evenly, it's 900 gold each. But I was wanting to take an extra 500 gold for my craftsman skills, which would be 800 gold for everyone.
I mean, that
I
doubles how
love
much money I
begins.
have now, so I'm fine with that.
I can't complain. I get free money.
Yeah.
Okay, so just everyone at 800 gold. If there are no objections, I'm willing to hear any of all objections. But
Fuck yeah, I'm double as rich as I was like 5 minutes ago.
cool. So that's been sold.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to start a charity for Daxius.
Yeah.
I think he's running one. There's like 8 people living there.
Yeah.
Set up a donation pool and then spend it on a $50,000 animation.
not even one that's good.
No, it's like it's like explicitly traced and uses a song that's just like the only good part about the entire thing.
It's just the Evangelion opening.
Yeah, make it like implied sexual encounters, but not actually include anything sexual, because that's too hard to animate, and they can't just trace that.
Yeah. Yeah, because they wouldn't know what it looks like.
No.
Alright.
Anyway,
Where are people, just for reference, where are people bedding down for today?
At the chapter house.
Probably
Yeah.
head back to the party house, actually, the Dax house.
correct house.
Yeah.
Is the dinner tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes,
I think it is, yeah.
it's during the finale, I believe, or the what do they
Fireworks.
call it? Fireworks show. Yeah.
Things can only go well for us then.
I'll stay at the chapter house. Look after the horse and everything.
Okay.
Actually, I think the horses are still at the.
They might be at the Lion and Lady still.
Yeah, I believe they are with the Vardo.
Oh, it'll be fine until the morning.
I mean, I assume we've paid for.
Yeah.
boarding.
Yeah,
It's been so long, I can't remember.
I know.
5 days ago.
Just wondering, what are the consequences if I were to stay up 8 hours?
What point of exhaustion, or is it 2? Because you haven't
I
slept
don't-
today.
It's not exhaustion points. It's the fatigued condition.
Right.
and then you get the fatigue condition again, and it improves to exhausted.
Mhm.
What are the debuffs for that?
It's,
Move at half speed,
And neither
minus
run nor charge.
minus
more
6
importantly-
penalty to strength and dex.
More importantly, for you specifically, you cannot rage while you're fatigued for
Mhm.
whatever reason. I'm just like,
Hmm.
oh,
Are we planning on doing combat tomorrow?
I mean,
Potentially.
no, but it could happen.
Could happen. Okay. Well,
Also, do we want to say that we spent some healing to clean up any of the health that we're missing? Because I'm still down like 20.
Yeah, I have the previous day. I have channel positive energy, so like
Perfect.
17. One of them is probably enough, but I can burn the other one.
That's enough for me.
The rest is like how many?
It's 1 per level when you do a rest.
Okay, then I should be fine. I'm down 4, so
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be
Yeah.
chilling.
Yeah, it's 1 per
Twice good.
level plus con modifier, I believe.
Yeah. I think some people say it's con per level as well, but I don't think that. Or maybe I'm remembering wrong. But no, it is just 1 per level plus con. So that'll cover.
So, Daxius, as you're leaving, you see the barman kind of like wave you down as they're like finishing up for the night.
Here we go. And I make my way over to them. Sit down.
He like puts some stuff underneath and then walks down and says, "I meant to get word over to you a little earlier, but it's been," and he just gestures around. It's been, even this late, it was pretty fucking busy.
Right.
Oh, this came in for you, and then he lifts up a box, wrapped, well, not wrapped, but like it is like tied up with a note on it. Says to go to one of you, you're here. You got it? No more problem. Have a good night.
Yep, you too. I'll just flick him like a silver for his troubles.
All right.
I'm gonna look over this box. Is there any like sigils or anything on it that I would recognize?
So the package is pretty plain. It's only about yay big, like square. It's wrapped pretty simply, tied up in twine. There are no exterior like marks on it, except for the stamp of the Reichspost, indicating that it was handled by them.
Okay.
There isn't, like I said, there is like a tag, like a note attached to the top.
I'll take the note off and read through it.
It reads as follows. I'll be looking forward to a message, Cyrus.
Yep, figures that's all. Just will crumple up the letter into my fist and then just stuff it away in a pocket. And I'll open up the box.
What you find inside are 3 things. The first is like a little bit of paperwork. Another one is another note, and then the third is a stone, maybe about yay big. Kind of an iridescent color, smooth the entire way around, shiny.
Sorry, you said a stone, a note, and what was the first thing?
A bit of like folded up paperwork.
Alright. I'll look at the note first.
The note reads, the instructions on how to use it are attached. This is my address. And below that is a combination of like symbols in Draconic.
From what I can gather, this is probably a sending stone.
Bingo! It is a sending
Alright.
stone. So, let me
Fuck
grab
yeah.
that onto your character sheet.
Let's go. Now, I've never used sending stones in any game. Are they only attached to one stone, or can they be like set to like other like frequencies, quote unquote?
I
So,
think they're only attached to one.
this is how they work in the setting. A sending stone is basically a piece of iron that has been smoothed out and rounded. It's usually about yay big. You can use it to basically send a message to any other person who has a sending stone, as long as you know basically their phone number.
Oh.
Okay.
You are limited to a single 100-word message, which, like on the, it does explain it on the item. So,
Right, I'll read
when
through it.
crafted, it is inscribed with a series of dots and dashes. Here being Draconic, indicate a unique identifier. A sender who knows, has contacted or has been contacted by a stone can be contacted again, as the identifier is magically stored. A user cannot attempt to send a message to a stone that they have no identifier for. This works as the spell sending modifier. The sender must spend a full round action concentrating on their stone to deliver the message. The message can be longer than the actual sending spell, but no longer than 100 words. The recipient must store the stone within them or have physical contact with it in order for the message to be sent or received. Should the recipient leave it unattended, the Ioun stone will store the message and glow, pulsating gently to alert them until touched. The message is delivered to whomever touches the stone, whether or not they are the intended recipient or not. If a new message comes in to said unattended Ioun stone from the same person, any old messages are overwritten, and a new one takes its place. Basically, like how an old answering machine works, with a tape. Except it's limited to 1%. A stored message lasts for 72 hours until dissipating naturally or if it is received. The sending stone can be used at will throughout the day. Distance is no problem, but messages can be blocked by any means that would block magical communications. However, non-magical barriers have no effect on the message delivery. The recipient must be on the same plane the sender is on. Distance, however, does not affect the speed of delivery. Distance, however, does affect the speed of delivery. Short distances, like up to 5 miles, can be rather instantaneous, whereas further distances take progressively longer. No known distance limited is known, but a sender in Faria can expect a recipient in Wohnstadt to not receive it for several hours.
Good to know. Okay. And with that, I'll look over the folded up paperwork that is also there.
Basically, it is explaining to you what I just told you. It is instructions on how to use it.
Perfect. Okay, I don't know. Mumbles to himself and he thinks he don't know what a fucking sending stone is. He did. Joel, sure as shit. This is awesome. I needed those instructions. I'm just gonna do this really quickly for my own interest. Daxius, kind of thinking back to the party earlier, to all the nobles he was around, especially the ones that were like groping his fur and shit. Is kind of just lost in thought for a while. Is holding on to the Ioun stone. He just starts like trembling, shaking before he has to grab himself and stop him. Takes a deep breath. Puts it up to his lips.
Swallows it. Sorry.
It's me. Whenever it's good to talk, I'll have this on me 24/7. Over. And he just tosses it on the table and just... I need something really strong. ASAP. Now. On the double.
Okay. I will say that messages that are sent are delivered in your voice, basically as a message would be. It's not just a recitation of the words that are sent. It's basically a delivered message.
Okay, yeah.
The bartender comes back over, puts down a shot glass and says, "How strong are we talking about? Regular strong or forget the last couple days of your life strong?"
Something in the middle.
All right. He turns around, leans down, grabs a bottle that has some markings on it but appear to be like smudged. Turns around, pours you a finger and pushes the shot glass over to you.
Take the shot.
You gotta puke on the floor.
Yeah. I need stronger shit than this to make me puke, but I'm gonna call it early tonight. Yeah. Thanks for the message. And he'll just make his way home.
Okay. With that, I guess you go back to the house to rest up for the night.
Yeah.
I assume that half the party is functional alcoholics at this point, right?
Yeah,
Who
I mean,
isn't at this point in like history?
yeah, that's not necessarily an uncommon thing considering. I mean, I realize we do have like magic that can purify water and shit in this, but when it comes to fantasy settings, we're kind of
There's the only difference is, are you a drunk or are you an alcoholic?
I'm an alcoholic. Daxius will say that much.
I mean, what does daily binge drinking qualify you as?
A drunk, probably.
A drunk, an alcoholic. Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, I would really only say it's
Safe,
probably Daxius and Sven who are the biggest drinkers. I don't think Vic Garugamesh and sorry, I'm blanking on Fernix's name. I don't think they're super big drinkers.
Yeah,
No.
about half the party.
Not usually.
I mean, the first-
coffee.
Ben does it socially.
I mean, the first time you ever met Daxius, he was drinking himself under the table, so...
We're just singling you out as
Yeah.
the functional alcoholic of the group.
You'd be pretty on the nose, yeah.
This is your intervention.
Oh god, oh no, I knew this day would come.
Yeah, you don't drink enough. We need to get that number higher.
Oh fuck yeah. Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, 40% is weak shit. You need to keep getting some higher stuff.
Yeah, we need at least 80%.
I got this 2-liter bottle here. You're gonna need to fill that up. Get it done by the end of the day.
woof.
Oh, done. Give me an hour.
Yeah, that would probably kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. If you got halfway through without dying, that'll be a shock.
If you got a quarter of the way without puking.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. If you got halfway, I think there'd be some doctors that'd be very interested in talking to you.
I
Or,
mean, you
your
may not be.
parents when they buy your corpse.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't. They would be talking at you because you wouldn't be conscious enough to form a coherent sentence.
Or
I
alive.
assume. Anyway,
You head back to the house. How much longer do you stay up?
After getting that, I stay up like 2 or 3 hours longer just reading more of that book, failing to understand it more until I eventually just fall asleep in my bed with the book in my lap.
It is about maybe 50-ish minutes before you see the stone glow.
Could pick that up now.
You're gonna leave him undelivered like that?
Fuck. I pick up the stone.
Alright. Is this the first time you've used a stone like this before, by the way?
Say, yeah, it's the first time he's actually used one, but he's heard about them.
So it takes it like a little bit of second, and then you hear like a voice come to your head. Well, hello, whichever one this is. I'm hoping this stone has found you quickly and well enough. I apologize for not being able to come in person. They delayed me with something else. Sometimes when they tell you to jump, you have to ask them how high. Well, regardless, I'm glad the post didn't lose this or deliver it to someone else instead. And that is the message.
Glad to hear back from you. I hope my message did not disturb your slumber. And I hope that I find you in good spirits. I hope you've been able to look into the matter I wrote to you about. It is of urgent importance to the Valier Society. Thank you, and good evening.
Mhm.
Just drops stone. And he's just gonna sit in silence for the rest of the night until he passes out. Unless there's another message.
There will be. I'm just because there is a word limit. I do type things up to make sure that I stay within it.
Right. Please don't message back. Please don't message back. Please don't message back.
I'm so glad that it's a word limit and not a syllable limit.
Yeah. No.
Oh yeah.
No. No.
You must deliver your messages exclusively using haiku. Well, shit.
Is it iambic pentameter? Every
I
single
mean,
message
could
has
you
to
get
be,
around the
Shakespeare
syllable
speech.
limit just by speaking in an Appalachian accent? You know, where all the words just kind of run together.
I like Appalachian.
If you
Gray's gonna have to
speak really
figure out a
fast.
character limit, and then that's gonna be even more of a headache.
Once again, it's another 50 minutes, so you're talking like, at least maybe like 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm just about to pass out. But I would say I'm like, I'd pick it up immediately again.
This is the message once again. No disturbed sleep at all, as I am not within walls at the moment. Although I'm a bit confused as to what matter it is you speak of. When I arrived in Lunabrook, I was told by the master of Bannerholm about a little birdie who could tell me where to find a very big bird. But I do get the feeling that you are talking to someone else, yes? My name is Cyrus Rhodes. I am to be training all of you. So, who is this?
What? What?
Yeah, I was kind of confused as to how you were going about this because it did say in the note that it's like for everyone in the group. So I didn't know if this was like a personal thing that you had.
Oh,
going
I
on.
thought
maybe-
I didn't catch the for the group thing.
Yeah.
I thought maybe
I
you
don't-
had
I
someone
thought-
in your backstory named Cyrus.
Yeah, I didn't recognize the name immediately, and that's what I assumed it was, but I didn't know.
There's definitely egg on my face.
That happens to all of us in this group.
Is it
Daxius.
Cyrus? What was his last name?
Rhodes. R-H-O-D-E-S, as in the Colossus of.
I wish I could have seen that.
Well, Daxius takes some time to just like put his hands in his face and just go, "You're a fucking idiot," and then picks up the stone again. I apologize. I mistook you for someone else with a similar name. This is Daxius speaking. Currently, the rest of my troop is asleep at the moment, but come morning, I will make them aware of this delivered message and that you should be arriving soon, I assume. Hopefully your trip is fast, and I put it down. And with that, I'm just gonna. I guess if there's another message, I'll wait for it. But if I don't see something within 50 minutes, I'll head to bed.
Yeah, you pass an hour and nothing comes in. Alright. Give me just a second.
Meow.
Very
I
big
might
chatty
be
some
being told
cats.
that it's food time, so I'll be back in just a sec.
Considering I'm done and I think the rest of us are asleep.
Oh, I'm not asleep.
Well, never mind then, I stand corrected.
Gray, what time is it in the game for me?
Sorry, say again?
What time is it in the game for me?
Well, when this conversation ends and he goes to sleep, it's about 3 a.m.
Oh, well. I was wanting to do some crafting before I went to bed, but I
Okay.
don't know how late.
So you would have gotten back at about maybe 10:30ish.
Sure.
How late are you going to be staying up?
I'm not sure what the rules are. How late can I stay up and not be exhausted or fatigued for the next day? Do I just have to get 8 hours of sleep?
Yes. You just have to get 8 hours of sleep, so you could technically stay up until 2 a.m., but then you need to sleep until 10 in the morning.
I think that'd be fine. So I'll probably do 4 hours worth of work. But let me. I had this open, but my screen is getting all funny.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. It closed on me.
So go ahead and give me
I
the
have to go
roll
through
for
3
it.
different menus to get to the gems and the bag of holding.
Yep.
So I think I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna do one of the small diamonds from the bag of holding worth 300 gold pieces. So that should be 3 hours of work.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll craft for that.
Very good.
Okay. And let me look at the rules.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's a pretty good success.
So that adds, oh shoot, the DC was 15, so that adds 70% of the value.
Mhm.
So 70% of 30, 300 is.
It should be 21.
So it goes up to
110.
510 gold, which is pretty good. Okay. Alright, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
I was gonna see about possibly scribing a late night scroll myself. I think it's gonna have to be third level. So, are there people selling scroll supplies out late at night?
Mm,
Just like a little kiosk with a bunch of bottles of ink. No.
as tempted as I am to have you interact with something that you buy something from and then turn around and it isn't there anymore, I'm gonna go with no.
Okay. Then let's see. How much magical ink did I have? Oh well, that makes it pretty easy. Because I know we didn't want to use up the unicorn ink. I'm just gonna take one of my first level spells and be like, I don't know if I needed that Shield of Faith all that much anyway, and make it into a scroll.
Okay.
And I do need to not fuck up that spellcraft check.
I have no idea what the DC is for that.
Well, I think I might have just made it.
Yeah. I was gonna say I know it isn't
It's
super high, but
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I was on the pricing. There. I remember it's not terribly difficult. Magic item creation rules. What are you doing? I'll figure it out here.
Okay.
Either I made it or I blew 25 gold, which oh no. Actually,
I was gonna say, I don't think that's a major failure, so you're not gonna be like losing everything.
it's a scroll, so 12 and a half.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even get it out of my inventory.
Okay. So, who is going to be getting up out of bed the earliest?
Vic gets up before dawn each day, so probably him.
Around 7, you think?
Just early as he can to get while the stars are still out, so he can get his spell refreshed.
Okay.
Also, just while we're doing some bookkeeping stuff, do we want to just say that I got 3 or 4 hours worth of retraining time? I've got
Yeah, sure.
something.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Okay. Anyway, that's it. So yeah, Vic's probably up earliest.
Alright, so you're definitely up the first, I'm assuming, and I think who would be up the next? Would that probably be Fernix?
Could definitely be.
Well, those of you who are yet to state that they're awake, what time do you think your character would be getting up?
Probably like 10.
Yeah, around 10.
Might be even later for me. I was up pretty late, like 11, 11:30 at the most.
So I'm thinking around 10 for basically everybody.
Sleepy boys over here.
So Vic, you rise. You're able to do your spells, and you're left alone. Like the dawn comes, things get underway outside. Maybe 8 o'clock comes, and nobody else has come out of their room, and nobody showed up from the party house yet. You do see some of the usual people who you see wandering around here in the chapter house, but you're kind of left to your own devices.
Well, he's got a little time. You might take a quick walk over to not necessarily just to the Lutz Manor, but that is the intention. So over to the Manor Hold and just walking around, and maybe taking a slow stroll past the Lutz Manor, just seeing if there's any sort of activity this early in the morning.
So you go around the Manor Hold. Primarily, things are pretty quiet. A, because of the time of day, and B, because, well, rich people do basically whatever they want. There are definitely houses where there's a lot more activity. People who probably work here in the city or have actual responsibilities. You also do see a decent amount of servants and other hired workers going about their day, cleaning, doing yard work, taking care of the homes themselves, the streets. You see guards. As for the manor itself, give me a perception.
Sure. And well, I won't do it directly in front of the house, but I do want to both have Fenrir get his aura sense up, and I can also just do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's not super close. I think it's 60 feet.
Yeah, I mean it's the same for Fenrir.
Yeah, but I can keep it up. It's at will, so I can just turn it on around the corner and then walk past and just kind of scan as I'm walking down the sidewalk or something.
Here, there are definitely things that give you a whiff, but nothing that stays long enough, and it's always at the very periphery. Because I figure even between the if you were standing right up against the wall, it's at least 20 or 30 feet to the building, and then within. You also don't see a lot of activity going on. On the left side, you're able to see in through the high windows into the ball area where it's pretty empty. The windows themselves are not covered up. You do see some people moving around, but they don't ping on your radar. most likely servants or other people that just work there. You you do see a few carriages that are rained out back. Nothing super unusual. Like it's not like it's an obscene amount of them, or even ones that necessarily look like standoutish. It's kind of weirdly quiet around here, though. I think for most of you, you've experienced the Manor Hall primarily at its busier hours in the evening. Here in the morning, it is so much quieter that it's almost eerie in a way.
Yeah. Well, if you had something else.
No, I was just gonna. If you didn't have anything else to say, wasn't gonna. Silence.
So there's a decent amount of activity. Maybe not like super busy, but there are people like moving in and out of the manor.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see the people that you do see moving around as you're coming around the other side. I believe you might have. Who went in the house the first night you guys visited?
Vic definitely went in. I think it was Fernix.
Yeah.
Because Sven stayed outside with Sasha.
Yeah. I believe that's true, yeah. You recognize him as being the head butler. Comes out onto the front porch. And then obviously has like something in his hands, something written down, and starts up the street.
Okay. I'll maybe not follow him necessarily too far, but I do want to see if I can get a look at what he's carrying before he gets too far.
Okay. You're definitely able to tell that he's carrying like papers of some kind. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Pretty good given the
Same roll.
distance. I think based on the roll, based on the distance, and based on the size of the writing, you're able to tell that what he's carrying is a list. I'm not going to say that you're able to discern what it's written, because I don't think people are that fucking good at eyes seeing that good.
No. I mean, 34 is pretty good, but I don't think it's 8 times zoom.
Yeah.
I assume he's headed in the general direction of the market.
He is, yeah. He gets to the end of the road and takes a right going towards the Flagstone Market.
Okay. And he didn't seem to have any indication of noticing Vic walking around.
Not really. He seems to be pretty focused on his own shit. Primarily just, making sure the list isn't, like, wet or anything, and getting out of way of, like, carriages and that kind of stuff. There are a couple people that, like, talk to him or, like, kind of wave, like, neighbors and that kind of stuff, or people that he chats with, but it's very, leading, I suppose, is the way I want to put it. Very, unfamiliar.
So the conversations of social obligation.
Yes, yeah. And he's not, like, you're able to hear, like, him talk, and he's not necessarily unpleasant, but it's very obviously pretty frank and to the point.
Okay. That does give me an idea, but I think that's something that we'll have to discuss later. But it seems like I think that's kind of the gist of what I was trying to get. One last minor question. How regular is the like people coming in and out of the Woods Manor?
How long
Like-
are you standing there to watch?
A good point. So I noticed that there is a shrine of Theseus just around the corner that kind of has a decent viewpoint on the manor.
Yeah.
I think after the less than quick stroll around the manor, you probably head over there. Look like he's going into the park and heading into the shrine, but just kind of like sit around with an eye on the area. Not necessarily hiding, but not necessarily, still not trying to call attention to himself. But
That's
probably
fine.
would stay for half hour.
Okay. Strangely enough, Fenrir does make conversation with you, kind of commenting on just the amount of people here, and just that he's felt that it's really just strange. He's never seen this many fucking people like all packed into one place before. Doesn't understand how anybody lives like this.
It's unpleasant, but it works for some.
During that time, you do notice a few people come in. You do see a few deliveries, kind of your standard shit. But you do see a gardener come out of the back. You do see somebody who's obviously a groom or a stable master who's emerges from the stable house to take care of the animals. You see people coming in to pour shit literally out. So scullery maids, household employees. People do seem to wear like kind of a uniform. It's like things that are like quote unquote nice, but like not showy. There isn't like a uniform color or like style or anything like that, but it's very obvious that like you have to wear certain things to work there. You also notice somebody come out to speak with the stable master, the groom, and the two of them go over to one of the carriages and start talking, and you see them kind of like pushing and pulling at it and like nodding, and you see one of the guys the guy who came out of the house walk off, and the groom goes back to tending to the horses.
They're all human or human adjacent, I would assume.
Yeah, human. You see one halfling. You see one person that might be half elf. They're too far away to like discern, and some half elves do, hew a lot closer to looking human than they do elven.
Okay. And it seems like pretty regular, within every couple minutes there's somebody coming in or out one entrance.
I would say, during the 30 minutes, you don't go more than like 8 of them without somebody coming in and out.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the bulk of it. I think, while he's here, he might just, stop in at the shrine and actually take a look at it, but not gonna spend a whole lot of time there.
The shrine is relatively nice. It's built in a much more open fashion, kind of like a large stone-made gazebo. Very simple columns with a statue in the center of Theseus standing with like the jug of wine on his shoulder and a musical instrument, a lyre or something like that in the other. It's pretty. It's definitely like a bit older. You can tell where it's a bit like just weather worn, but it is well kept. So either it's magically preserved or somebody does come around at least every day or two to clean up.
Okay. Yep, I think after that probably would start heading back in the general direction of the chapter house.
Okay.
Though I do. Last thing before we get back to the group stuff, I'm wanting to try to pick up some retraining materials for a feat. I think it's like 50 or 70 gold times 50 or 5. I'm doing math in my head and not talking correctly. It's 10 gold per level per day, and it's 5 days for a repeat, I believe. So 70 times 5, which is 350 gold, I believe. doesn't really matter, but I'll assuming I'm able to do that.
Yeah, I think so, unless there's something like really specialized. If it's books, Quick Quill is going to have it. If it's like actual material, it's going to be somewhere in the Flagstone Market, including the Hammer and Hearth. If you need something magical, the Menagerie is going to have it, and so on and so forth.
No, it's retraining for the shield focus feat, so it's probably not super hard to find.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Maybe looking for seeing if there's any trainers in the area, but that's something we can worry about later.
What was the feat again?
Shield focus.
Yeah, you'll be able to find somebody to train you in that. You could possibly ask Lucius that owns the Hammer and Hearth. Oh. I think it is, yeah. If not, going back over to the Red Temple, to the arena, probably wouldn't be the worst option, or to, strangely enough, possibly to the Silver Core offices, or to, say, the Lion and Lady, the Blind Bard, the Blue Flame, or the Traveler's Rest, where there might be mercenaries or soldiers who are there.
Okay. So that'd be a total of 40 hours required. 8 hours per day for 5 days.
Okay.
And that is double checking my math here. We can move on. We don't need to. I don't need to explain retraining rules
Okay.
out loud.
Well, you head back eventually. I'd say that brings us around to maybe like 10 o'clock, as you're able to, like, you buy your stuff, you get familiar with what you need to do. Perhaps you're working on a plan of action and that kind of stuff. So those of you who are getting up around 10, what happens to you?
I don't know if Sven has any
Nice.
plans for today. Isn't the tutor supposed to be coming today?
The dinner is today.
The dinner's today. The tutor got delayed for the setting stone.
Oh, right, yeah. No, that's right. I guess Sven is gonna go and get himself professionally groomed.
Okay.
You know,
Yes.
actually, Gurgamesh will join you.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
And when I say professional, I mean like he's going to like the top end spa. He's dropping gold for this. He wants to look nice.
Talk to a Minecraft streamer.
That would likely be done at the trophy room, where they do have, I wouldn't liken it to a spa, but they definitely have facilities that would rival a professional bathhouse, of which there are unfortunately none in this city. There are barbers and other things like that, but if you want to do like an actual bathhouse experience, you're gonna go there.
Okay. Fine, I suppose I won't get a top-end professional grooming, but I'll still pay for the... I almost said the full package, but that's not what I mean.
Oh yes, especially the part at the end there. They give you an egg roll.
My favorite part.
So, for the both of you, it'll cost 25 gold each. For the actual, like, barbering. For the spa work, it's going to be another 20. That's going to take you maybe like 2 hours, maybe 3 if you want to do like a soak afterwards.
Nah, I'm just trying to look good.
Okay. Well, barbering, that would probably only take you about maybe an hour at most, if that's all you're getting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, my dog is demanding attention.
So, you guys head over there. You're greeted with cordiality. You guys have been in here before, so you're not an unknown factor. And yeah, the barbering, if you want to do that beforehand, you don't need to go very far for that. Somebody in the Flagstone Market will be able to do that. It does take a little while, just for the, stuff like that does take a while. But then you head over and there's no problem. Nope, you're going to be there until like 11 noon or 1. Around there.
Mm-hmm.
Fernix and Daxius, what about you?
Well, I'm definitely preparing my spells. Since I'm assuming that we're still planning on possibly taking on a vampire today.
Possibly.
Possible.
So that in mind, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that once I'm allowed to.
Let's just present a vampire or severed off head at the banquet.
Fuck yeah. I guess as soon as I wake up, I'll head straight towards the Lion Lady. Or the chapter house, or wherever everyone is.
Yeah, I can send Etor out and inform him if people need me, they can just pass him a note to come back and pass to me.
Awesome.
Okay. Alright, so I think at the chapter house it's going to be Fernix and Vic that you'll find. Oh, you do, by the way, wake up to another message.
Oh, wonderful. I'll check it.
You hear him, you can't tell like when it came in exactly, but the response is, well, Daxius, it is very good to have heard from you. I've heard stories. You will have to regale me with them. I am indisposed at the moment, obviously, but once I return to Bannerholm, I'm sure there will be a few people there who will be very interested in hearing some of them. I will likely be there with the chapter house master and someone else. Do not feel the need to rush, but I would not tarry too long. Oh, and tell Talia I send my regards.
Alright. I, just as he's saying that, I'll just, like, write that down, the important bits, on, like, a piece of paper I have lying about. And with that in tow, I'll make my way towards everyone else. Good morning.
Morning, Daxius.
Howdy.
So,
I didn't think you guys were here.
No, we're not, but we've returned.
They're using the powers of the Sending Stone, even though they don't know it exists and can't do that.
Yes.
Do you have to have used magical device to use the sending stone?
No.
Oh wow. So even a simpleton like Garugamesh can use it.
yeah. So, pop quiz for the morning. And I just set the sending stone on the table. Anyone tell me what this is? Gains 5 gold pieces.
Yes, it
It's
is.
a
No, I'm
sending
still not
stone.
You're not
I only
even-
know that because I researched them.
To people who are actually here?
I would have been back by now just because my grooming did not take 4 hours like Sven's.
Usually done over the course of a couple
Oh, yeah,
years,
no.
actually.
No, Sven happily would like spend 3 hours on grooming.
Yeah.
We weren't arguing otherwise.
He's got a lot to groom.
I'm sure Sven would.
The
Yeah,
fleet.
he's got a job at the middle school coming up.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Anyway.
Sven does look like a Minecraft YouTube persona.
Okay.
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 I'm just thinking of Alex the Lion. I don't know if you guys remember
Yeah.
him. He was one of the
No.
YouTubers who
Alex
diddled
the
kids.
Lion?
Just one of them.
He was a Minecrafter.
Anyways.
There's a lot of them.
Anywho.
Yeah.
Well,
So realistically, would we recognize this type of thing?
I did research it in the library, so I reckon
Garugamesh
Garugamesh would.
I feel like Phoenix definitely would as a connoisseur of the arcane. It is up to you whether or not your character would or not. I don't think either you or Melia would have used one.
Absolutely not. I could like roll Arcana or something for it. If you
Yeah,
think that'd
either
be all right.
Arcana or local.
I'll do Arcana.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's like common enough that you'd be like, "Is this that?" and then make a guess.
You might make several guesses. Like some kind of illusory rock or some kind of ion stone or ascending stone.
Actually, that third one you got it. But technically, Ironstone wasn't wrong either. Because it's made of iron. Regardless, I got this in the mail. From the person who's supposed to be training us, and I'll just blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you guys heard everything earlier. I just recite it.
it was quite prompt of them.
Mm-hmm.
Nice
Sounds
to
like
be
we
able
ought
to
to-
forethought to send something.
I mean, if
This
anyone
one
wants
is
to
good.
make a message, it's free for everyone.
Garugamesh picks it up and
Uh,
says into it,
well-
"This is Garugamesh speaking. Who is this?"
So that is going to take 50 minutes for them to receive it.
and reply.
Did you explain the part of the instructions that mentions that if you send another message, it overwrites the other?
I mean, Garugamesh would
I
know.
didn't know
Oh
that.
yeah.
Well, if anyone
Garugamesh
wants
is
to
just gonna
send
say
a new
back,
message-
"Never mind. I figured out who this was." That's all he gets.
Yeah, per my first message, you got to meet us there.
Oh. Oh shit.
But yeah, they did say what did they?
Mentioned
My
they were,
brain-
indisposed and heading to Banner Home afterwards.
Yes.
So I
Where
suppose
is
we're not
Banner Home?
stuck meeting them here. Yeah, I was looking at the map. I can't remember where Banner Home is either.
That is in Lunabrook. He did say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's in Lunabrook. Or
Hmm.
well, that's where he's operating out of.
Yeah, Banner Home is in Lunenburg.
Yeah, Bannerhome is the name of the chapter house.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, Daxius, you would know that because you've been through there.
Of course, I know that.
And I feel like you, probably Fernix, most likely Sven, maybe Vic, and maybe Garugamesh would know that. Yeah, probably not. That chapter houses don't all have names, but some of the bigger ones and the older ones who have certain stories do. Bannerhome is one of them.
Would Daxius know if there's just, it's not super important, but if there's like lineage behind that name, like Banner Home, did a bunch of people fall under a bunch of banners and go to war there or something?
Well, part of the name is indeed because the interior is decorated with a lot of fucking banners. Both from people who were part of the society who did go off into the various wars. There were also a decent amount of adventurers who went off into the north, into the Gravelands or into the Scar to try to reclaim land or recover certain lost artifacts. And it was rather customary for those who did make the trek to try and recover a lost banner. Kind of like a Roman legion reclaiming its eagle.
Well, I suppose now that we have this stone, we should, well, once everyone is here, talk about, at least setting in stone what we're doing so everyone's on the same page. Once we leave Innsbruck, anyway. I know we wanted to go and find your old mentor, Vic.
Yes, she's set up in Nunnerbrook, I believe. Had some
So we're headed there anyways.
situations. Well, there were a few things there. If I remember correctly, a few names. I believe it was the Patriarch of Nunnerbrook mentioned by Siren and her folks, as well as a few. Got a lot of notes. I believe we were going to look around a bit in some of the organizations that were set up there. And I think, well, I believe I was going down to I believe it was the Manlica War College to try to gather some information, but not necessarily important for the group work. But we've got that meeting this Cyrus
Yes.
and my mentor, of course. So, got 3 items of business at Nonabrook itself.
I do recall us also talking about the Skyhold that's nearby. Depending on which way we go, if we went the long way through the capital,
If
took
we
a
could,
ship down, we could scoot
Yes.
by there. And I can't remember exactly what we were talking about going there for, but I know someone mentioned it.
there was some context we were looking for as far as the history of magic and the font of magic that
Right.
Walalum has, I believe, as well as some personal research on the Warhammer. Perhaps there's a rune scribe there.
I would jump at the opportunity to go to a Skyhold, so
They do seem like they've got a lot of history to them.
I think it'd be a good place to stop by.
It
Eventually.
would be. Yes, it's a bit more of a several-week journey than a pit stop. Worth investigating, though. But, well, I suppose we should probably decide how we're heading down that way as far as transportation. You know, we have the Vardo and the horses themselves, but perhaps it might not be a terrible idea to see if we can catch a ferry.
Well, if we
Otherwise
look at the
to,
map,
yes,
and
we'll-
I'll just set like a map down on the table. From my point of view, it looks like we have 3 options: take the normal road, or go through the capital, maybe take a ferry down, or be ballsy, and I absolutely do not recommend this option, just going straight through the wilderness.
Yeah, just charge in a straight line until we get to where our destination is. It's got to be the
100%.
fastest.
Hell yeah.
Shortest distance between
Okay.
2 points.
No,
I'll
I
just
mean,
shut down every tree on our way there.
That's a good plan.
be pretty easy. No, I
Whatever-
think the simplest path forward would be to take the river, but might prove difficult with the Vardo, and it would be limited should something happen while we're on the trip.
Well, if we're following the River Erd, there's already a road through there, so we could take the Vardo with us. Unless you're talking about going down River Mons.
So this is an out of character question. I know that there's a river that's like passing through the side of Innsbruck. Is that the River Erd like on the map? Because it looks like the dot's a little bit far away.
Yeah, the Erd
Erd.
does run. You could get on a boat in Innsbruck. You can actually get larger ship transported down. It would cost you more money because obviously you have to have craned the horses and the actual Vardo on board, but it can be done. And you've already been through the kilns where you've seen larger ships that are meant for carrying heavy goods, like iron and copper goods downriver. You also know or at least have seen, that there are carriages that are also loaded onto ships to be shipped down, as there is a carriage works in Innsbruck.
Okay. Uh, I think the taking the river is the easiest option. It'll be at a bit of a cost, but I don't think we're that concerned about that aspect of it.
No.
We can
Are
certainly
we-
afford it now.
That does mean we're at the mercy of whatever the river throws at us and whatever comes along us in the river. And if we were looking to make things discreet, maybe riding in a large shipping container would not be the best idea.
I'd be worried about losing the Vardo in a capsize event.
Is there someone we're being discreet from?
Well, yes. I mean, we've been attacked by demon dogs, and well, there's an enemy that we don't know that is hunting us. Essentially,
Right.
we don't know who or what they are, but they're definitely on the look for us.
And we can talk about whether or not that's a valid concern, given that we've been set up in Innsbruck with no real major protection and have not run into any issues, but
Debatably, I'd say the people around us might be enough protection, if depending on how loud they want to be. They were able to get
Also
away with the
Syria.
prison murder because it was, because it was out of the way. There was no one there except for some guards that they could easily take care of if they needed to. But we're surrounded by crowds of people all the time, and people know our faces. If they wanted to do something to us, they'd do it after we left the city. I'm gonna be honest.
Sure.
I don't think no matter what way we go, that it'll matter. I think they'll find us anyway.
No, I don't think it's the biggest concern, but something worth putting out there. I think the road is the obvious option. But
We might not have much of a choice with Vardo.
yes.
Indeed. Regardless, if Little Brook is 100% our destination, I can round up my followers and maybe send a few a day or two early just to get a lay of the land before we arrive, and maybe once we get into town, they can show us some places, some do's and don'ts, maybe.
That'd be a good experience for them, especially Princess.
I would not send Princess alone. God, no. I was thinking more of the Zuger and Priona. They're the most capable ones, anyway.
All the more reason to send Princess. She needs the experience.
Those are the two that I didn't have to ask to stop eating paint chips.
Yeah.
The only
you
two.
could be right. Well,
Princess showed great initiative when she started to try and sand the Dax house floors with her bare hands.
that is not the first time she's tried to do that, trust me.
I think she may have been looking for buried treasure.
Yeah, I think she got a little over her head with the and then I realized that I remember the pamphlets that I hid from Grugamesh, and then I shut my mouth because he's right there.
Yeah, what happened
Yeah,
to that?
buried treasure. Yeah, what happened to your pamphlets, Grugamesh?
I thought y'all didn't like them, so I figured they just got disposed of.
Well, I'm sure if you look
Starts to
hard
cry.
enough, they'll turn up somewhere.
Well, we're leaving Innsbruck soon. Maybe I'll make a better pamphlet for the next town we visit. Oh, I know. Let's send pamphlets ahead of time with your followers to let everyone know we're coming.
We'll let them know where we're going to be staying instead of where we're currently at.
Yeah.
So
they can
set the
ambush us
trap.
appropriately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a reverse ambush.
I think this is a splendid idea. But yeah,
So-
Yep.
We were planning on going after the vampire before we leave. Or
Either
should
today or
I,
tomorrow, I believe.
Well, I would prefer to know, so I can prepare accordingly.
Hmm.
I
We have been on and
assume
off.
tomorrow, but
Uh,
there's some avenues we can pursue if we're planning on doing it today. So, the one thing
what-
that might be worth mentioning is that if we were planning on attending the victory dinner tonight, perhaps doing so after potentially murdering one of the reigning nobility of Innsbruck would not be the best look or idea in general.
Well, if
I don't
we
personally care, but
It's a good point.
we'd be able to clear our names at the banquet, though, if there was any trouble for it.
I don't think they'd let us into the banquet.
I
Might
think
be
I
kinda
could call
worried
a few
about us-
favors.
They might cancel the
Yeah, I
banquet
don't know.
entirely after someone is murdered.
Killing a noble, or
Or if we all die in the process.
if
In
other
that case, it
nobles are
won't matter.
vampires.
I think if we did do it today, we could probably keep it on the down low and probably talk to Talia about it after, get them to talk with some people and make sure word doesn't spread around and doesn't bother the festival.
We could just ask Talia for her advice if she thinks we should handle it today or tomorrow.
I think Talia would probably just tell us not to be honest.
Oh, yeah, it would be more paperwork for her, but
Well, I would like to hear from everybody. I can just leave that one open and come back to it later.
if we're sorry, I have the hardest time keeping track, Gray. Would I be getting my aspect mask tomorrow?
I believe so. Yes, tomorrow morning.
Alright, in that case, Gurugamesh would say it's probably better to wait.
We have a bit more time to work with if we do it. Push it to tomorrow. Less potential fallout.
True. I'm fine with delaying if we must.
Also, I think an important part is we've said a lot of when we plan on doing things, but the actual what we plan on doing is yet to be mentioned.
Yes, that's confused me as well. I thought maybe you had a plan, Vic, that I wasn't seeing, but how exactly are we going to go about confronting the vampires?
Well, if we are planning on doing this tomorrow, I'll go ahead and do one of these. Just putting up the cloak of secrets so we can talk without anybody hearing us.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
I've had a few ideas. I stopped by this morning to get some context and maybe come up with some inspiration. And we've obviously got the entrance through the gauntlet, which might not be a bad idea, but we still don't know where we're going exactly.
Ben is
That's-
here, right?
I didn't think you were.
Nope.
you
I
said you
didn't
were
know-
at the spa.
I didn't know if I was, but Garugamesh was at the spa with me, so I don't know if.
No, he only got the barbering done. He didn't go into the spa afterwards.
Okay.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
can show
maybe
up
in
if
that
you
case
want.
we'll just wait. Say this
Yeah.
conversation happens later.
Rukmesh just wanted to look really nice for the banquet. If he remembers to take a shower later, it'll look even nicer.
While we're waiting for Sven, Phoenix, could I borrow you for a moment? Or
Certainly.
I say moment, but it'll probably be a lot longer than that. I pull out the tome I've been the Conjuration Illusion tome and put it on the table.
If I may
I-
interrupt, I think we were about to go over the plan for the vampires.
I thought we were waiting for Sven.
Oh,
Yeah, we
did I
just
miss
said
that
we'll
part? Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
Well, until Sven arrives, I'd...
Sven
Unless
walks
there's
in through
more
the door.
business. Ah, never mind. There we go. Hey, Sven.
Oh, get it
Hello.
next
He's
time.
looking good. He's he's got not makeup on. He's got like manly perfume. He's got like everything
Cologne.
trimmed perfectly. Yeah, cologne, that's the word.
Lipstick, except it's like it's like a cat that got into somebody's purse and ate an entire tube of lipstick.
Mhm.
Pocket cats.
Ben, Has your fur always been that shiny?
Gilgamesh, you were in the same place that I was.
I know,
So
I
no.
was trying to give you a compliment.
Oh, it's sometimes harder to tell my dwarven friends. I stare at him.
Friend?
Ramesh never had a friend before.
I give him a sock.
Garugamesh happy.
Yeah.
Garugamesh
Gilgamesh
free.
free.
Gilgamesh talks in third person to make sure that his Gilgamesh's brand reliability is brand recognition is at all-time high.
My God, is Gilgamesh sponsoring this video?
Don't forget
Yeah,
to
like, comment, subscribe for Gilgamesh.
To Gilgamesh.
That's
Comment down below why Garugamesh is your favorite character.
And if he's not, comment about why he's not.
No, you can just go ahead and unsubscribe.
Very interesting.
No, we need to encourage them to subscribe. Anyone who's
If
listening.
Garugamesh is not your favorite character, I encourage you to actively stop watching the stream now. What's our viewers
Don't like, don't comment, and don't subscribe.
Just go away. You're not welcome here.
Anyway. So, we were going to put some ideas forth about how to approach our vampire situation. And I put the Cloak of Secrets up so we can talk freely. So, I had a few ideas. As I mentioned, the Gauntlet entrance is a quite obvious starting point.
I
could
think
get
the
in there.
Gauntlet entrance is probably our best bet. I know you have other ideas, but that's my 2 cents. So, the ways I can think of, barging into the front door, not a good one.
I don't think that was the plan, regardless.
Well, what were your other ideas?
So, I visited this morning, and a few things stood out.
Oh,
Mostly
wait.
the bulk of people moving in and out. It didn't seem that there was any clear sign of a uniform or uniformity in the servants that were moving in and out. And while I personally am not up to snuff in this regard, I know that some of us are a bit better at acting than others. It could very well be an easy way in, at least for some of us. And a good way to get a lay of the land, since our perspective on the inside is still somewhat limited. In addition to that, the can't recall the fellow's name, but the head butler apparently has occasionally has business about town, coming in and out and taking care of some shopping. Well,
also has had dealings with the lady of the house. Has he
I was
not?
going to mention, she
as
was
the
very interested in some of the items we procured on our travels. We could just hand her one of the Mills bombs and see what happens.
Yeah, don't. So the way you use this is you pull that little ring out, and then you just like look at it real close. Don't think too hard.
If we are
That
being
ticking
honest,
sound is supposed to be happening.
as stupid as that
It's like a music
sounds,
box.
someone like her would have no idea.
Yeah, no, it would be. I could legitimately go in, pull the pin. I hold down the trigger. I don't really know what the handle is called that you hold down to,
It's
but
a-
then
Plunger.
the plunger. I hold down the plunger so that way the timer doesn't start on it. I hand it to her so the grenade is cooking, and then oh wait, I forgot something out in the hall, and I walk out and then kablamo, be like she would never see it coming.
I assume we're interrupting her Teletubbies session by doing this, because I don't think there's any person on the planet who is stupid enough to fall from that. From people who she explicitly, am I dead?
No, we hear you.
No, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody stupid enough to take something from someone who's like knowingly investigating you, and like probably a threat, and then you take that from them, and then they immediately run the other direction. First off, she's a vampire, so she can probably use magic to figure out what her intentions are. And second off, again, who would just like take something that they don't recognize after somebody does something to it, and then they immediately run? It's like, why would-
I've had dealings with her. I'm sure I could just hand it to her.
Yes, and
disguise it.
the first
Cast
thing
an
she did
illusion
to you,
make it look like a potion.
the first thing she did was charm you to make sure that you couldn't do anything she didn't want.
Oh yeah, I forgot
That
about
is
that.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't forget about charm.
Okay, here's what we do. We take the grenade, just throw it in her house and flee.
We take the grenade,
All right,
we put it in a cake,
Here's
All right,
the
now follow me
idea,
here.
right?
We put a
You
tie
play
a
on
fishing
her
line around the ring, inside of the cake, push the cake in on a cart, and say, hey, this is definitely not a bomb, this is a cake.
So here's what we do, Garugamesh. You have a lot of HP. You can just pull the grenade, hold it in your hand next to her, and then we're good. Just let it go off.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I can cast Astral Limb afterwards, I think I'll be fine.
You don't need all those fingers.
For an hour a day.
Astral Limb a day keeps the doctor away.
If I get another level 7 character, if mine dies, we could have Garugamesh pull the pen and like put it on his chest and just bear hug her until it explodes, and like so that way it explodes into both of them.
Your plan is a suicide bomb.
Yeah, that's...
You also are like way over like assuming the power of an actual frag grenade. When
Yeah,
you
I
see
mean,
it
it's...
on TV and in like movies and shit, that is not how frag grenades handle.
realistically,
You mean
what
there's
is
a
it,
chance
like
I could
3D?
die and not be successful?
You're not going to
Wow.
die from that.
No, but neither shape.
It's more like a good starter to a fight.
Maybe let's keep the idea for explosives as the starting point to the side.
Yeah.
Yay,
probably be good.
bombs!
If I might suggest
Hooray!
Full of-
a more not faulty plan, possibly. I'm going to pull out some bolts from my quiver and put them on the table. They're like made of like dark wood. They're like very distinct from the bolts I usually fire. Found these on the market. They're called heart stake bolts, and they're specifically I able to get them because Jean-Luc had a friend of a friend. Apparently, very good against vampires. Someone, Gurgamesh and co or more goes in. I and someone else infiltrates from the gauntlet entrance. We try and set up an ambush. I shoot them with one of these, and then they apparently have a very visceral reaction to this kind of metal that's on these bolts. So,
To be honest, I think perhaps the best option is to simply go into their place of residence during the day when they are sleeping in coffins and simply stake them through the heart while they sleep.
well, I don't think they are sleeping during the day. Didn't you talk to them during the day, Gurgamesh? Or at least one of them.
It was in the
Yes.
evening.
No, I was told to come back at the nighttime by the butler. I don't know if they sleep during the day.
Mhm.
You see.
Going
So
during the
that's
day is
day,
the
yeah.
best idea, but what I was referring to with the butler is there's one of our main issues at this point is that we don't know where we're going once we're inside. Even if we get inside the building, it's an entire matter. I can tell you firsthand that if you don't know where you're going and you're not used to navigating that sort of building, you can get lost. Especially if they're trying to hold things, hide things from us. So what we need is insider information, which is why I mentioned that the butler leaves Humana somewhat regularly. My proposal is to pick him up and have a conversation before we head in.
I think it's a good
Yes.
idea, but that would have to be right before we go in, not the
That's the
day
intention.
before. Oh, okay.
I didn't plan on leaving him until after we had concluded, letting him leave until after we'd concluded our business.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Mhm.
Because if we're going to do this right, Well, obviously, we're going to need a stake. And the second part of that being that we're going to need to know where she's going to go once she's dead. Or the approximation of it.
Right.
Coffin could be somewhere on the property, it could be a short distance away.
My guess
But
would
we don't
either
know.
be in the highest point or the lowest point of the manor.
It can also be somewhere that it can only be reached as a well of gas.
Mm.
Which if that's the case, then she's just hidden it in a wall somewhere, but I don't know. Earth Elemental is my best option, I suppose.
I actually can shape earth and stone.
Well, that too.
Well, what if it's behind a wooden wall?
Then
I
we're
have an
screwed.
axe.
Well,
I
then
don't
with
have
that-
an axe.
Then I say that, but then again, we have Gilgamesh right here.
Right.
Regardless, the first order of business is finding out where we can strike and what we need to do after we've done this. Even if we are able to defeat her and whatever else she's got waiting for us, which is something that we need to be very concerned about. We still don't know how to follow up this action, because I don't think it's going to go very well.
I agree. Yeah, I think if we are to do it, we should probably skip town fairly soon after, if not right
Either
after.
that or make some preparations in the meantime.
I thought we had permission from the captain of the guard to do this.
We haven't talked to anyone about the vampire problem besides, I think, Talia.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, Talia does know. Okay. It's been a while.
I
Yeah.
don't think she was particularly excited about the idea of us messing with it anyway.
We talked to the captain of the guard regarding the circus.
That was a long time ago. That
That was a
was
different
over
city as well.
in Ravensburg.
Yeah.
I swear we talked to someone about this.
We've talked to Xavier about vampires in general.
Mhm. Before the original raid.
Who else did we talk to? I don't think you're
Talia.
necessarily wrong, but it was either Talia or probably Jean-Luc.
I believe it was Talia. Because it was
I'm pretty sure it
politically
was-
sensitive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just Talia.
Well, I do think that we should probably talk to make sure this is legal because I don't want to become an outlaw as a result of this. I swore that we talked to someone.
I would be very, very surprised to see that we did, because this is a town noble that we're talking about, and one of the biggest problems is that if we're talking to a noble about killing a noble, there's no guarantee that they won't just tell them immediately.
Right.
Well, that's why
Now,
I said
I
I thought
know-
we'd talk to the captain of the guard.
I said we do it secretly and not take credit for it.
I actually
That's-
was about to bring that up. I know it's not usually our style, but I actually agree with Gilgamesh. If we just did this and didn't mention ourselves at all, that might just be the best case scenario for us, for everyone.
That assumed no survivors.
It does, but it's not guaranteed either way.
Loose
I'd imagine
lips,
that there's-
sticky ships.
The number of clearly living creatures that are working and entering that house on a regular basis would mean that being completely hidden in this endeavor is probably damn near impossible.
I don't know if I say that and I put the dust of illusion on the table.
I put on my hat of disguise and turn into Vic.
I think that no matter what we do, as outsiders and perhaps people who've been heard talking of this, no matter what, people would come around asking questions. And even if we weren't seen doing this, I think it is likely that it would be found out that we did this.
Eventually.
Does that matter? I mean, we're getting rid of a vampire.
It does. I don't wish for my reputation to be tarnished so much that I can't come back here and I'm hunted.
I've
Well, I
got
know
an
you're a
idea.
little bit of a Percy princess about your how people see you, but I couldn't give a shit. All I'm getting out of this is I'm murdering a vampire, and overall, that's a net positive. I don't give a fuck what happens after that.
The point to not doing this in a... Well, the point to tying ourselves to this story is that if we don't, then we do not have the ability to control the narrative. If we simply let this go, discovered, without our involvement, there is no guarantee that our goals, which are intentionally positive for the city, will be seen that way. It could be as simple as a spin story, not describing who the person was, but or what the person was, but just that a senseless act of violence was committed against an innocent bystander.
I've got
That
an
would not
idea.
be helpful to anyone.
Let's arrange a meeting with Siegfried Ash. We'll ask for his discretion. We'll sense
We
his
already
motive.
did. We talked to Ash about this. Sven actually had a big thing where he was talking to Ash about this to let him know because of the political fallout that would result
Yeah,
from this.
it wasn't. It was just Sven, though. It wasn't the rest
It
of
was
us.
just Sven, and yeah, I don't think you told anybody about that.
Well,
I'll mention it now.
we could ask for his discretion, see if he's being truthful, and then ask his advice on whether or not the vampire problem truly needs dealing with, and what the best way to go about it would be from our perspective.
I don't think we need a criminal to tell us that a vampire is bad.
There's a very good reason to believe that they're investigating the same arc that we are. That's why they were looking for... Well, I don't know that we confirmed it, but the various dig sites around the city seem to point to them also looking for the Temple of Aes underneath the gauntlet. At least that is my
I think that's,
interpretation.
though, you bring up an interesting thing with Ash. I think that he is, to my knowledge, at a game. I want to ask just to make super sure. We know that he's like kinda endorsed to keep out like worse things, right?
Considering the
Yeah.
fact that when you met with him, you also met with the captain of the guard, yeah, that's a reasonable
Okay.
assumption.
If Ash is already preparing for the things that I have warned him of, he perhaps can help with us getting these things to be official. He could be an in with the captain of the guard, and through that we can get perhaps immunity from such things.
I think that's a good way to go about things. And
That
if
makes
we're
sense.
successful, I might even get my arm wrestling match.
I wouldn't count on it.
I think the Gurgamish should stay back and not be involved in this conversation.
I don't know if I should either. I'm still...
If we go to speak with Ash, I mean.
Yes.
I think that if we were, it should be Vic and I.
I think you
Gurgamish
two
pulls
in
out his
Furnace
hammer.
would be good.
Gurgamish will try to arrange the arm wrestling match afterwards, if that helps.
Out of game. Don't actually do that. don't waste your time with that.
It's like every time you mention it, I just think back to the GIF of Skips just like obliterating Rigby through the
GIF.
table.
I'm
Yeah,
calling it a GIF.
the
Okay,
correct way of
buddy.
pronouncing it.
It's
Okay,
not
buddy.
correct. Linguistically,
correct.
it's GIF.
Linguistically, you can suck my nuts.
Look, if I invent
Nice.
a word and I say, "Oh, it's pronounced
point.
Well,
there," and I spell it XTYLL5, it doesn't matter.
you just call yourself Elon Musk.
Yeah, about
Yeah.
to-
So
yeah.
you've been
the,
talking.
the thing is, like, if the person who created it gets to decide how it's pronounced, it doesn't fucking matter.
No, that's
When
not
you
how
name
it
a
is.
child, if you name it fucking 35 different Egyptian symbols, you can say it's pronounced however you want. People, you're going to be an asshole for it, and I think that's a
Names
stupid
are
way
an
of pronouncing it.
exception.
But that is how it's correctly pronounced, regardless of what you think linguistically is correct.
No, not what
So-
you think. In the field of linguistics, whatever the common pronunciation is the correct pronunciation.
Yes,
Names
More
are-
people say GIF.
there are a lot of people who say GIF.
I don't doubt it, and that is also a correct way to say it. I'm
So-
not saying
That's what I'm
You
saying.
guys, as characters, have been talking about this for some time. I'm gonna say this is like a little after noon. I'm gonna give Sven enough time to actually go on to do some of this spa stuff, but you don't, I don't know, just lull in it for 3 hours. You're
Oh,
there
I forgot to mention.
Okay.
I slipped a laxative into Sven's drink, so
Oh, thank you.
you'll have to account for that in the
Mine.
roleplay.
So,
Oh, I'm shitting myself.
guys are
You're
talking-
shit.
And scene.
And clipped.
you guys are talking. It feels like it's going around in a circle with like nobody really making a decision. There being way too many like what ifs or like what do we do. You notice that somebody enters into the chapter house and like kind of walks towards you. Like they can't hear what you're saying, but you guys are like fucking arguing with each other, so they stop like 15 feet away. Like, what?
Yeah, they can still hear us talking. They just can't understand what we're saying.
I think just body language and volume is enough to like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'll turn towards him and just give him like the fucking like the "you're not welcome here" death glare. Like, what the fuck do you want?
Rugamas tries to flip the table.
Like,
Well,
Just put-
when you do that, you recognize who it is. Kind of heavier set man, thin glasses, bit balding. He steps forward,
Dad?
like ignores your glare and hands you a letter, like just a note. And as soon as you take it, just nods, gives a bit of like a bit of a, you know, like a smirk or like glasses, and then turns and leaves. Doesn't say a damn word. The note reads, "One of your orders has come into the trade house. You can pick it up at your discretion."
Ah. Fold it. Well, I trust you guys with the planning. I look specifically at Fernix, Sven, and Vic. If I trust you all with that. If you need me, I'll be right back. I can just go pick up a package, but I don't think there's not much else I can add to the strategizing aspect here. I think I've really proposed everything I can do. Sneak, shoot them with a bolt. It's my thing.
I agree. You know my strengths. I think I'll take my leave as well.
I leave the strategizing to you guys. This is not my
And I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I do too as well. Do we want to take a break?
Yeah, we'll
How-
be taking a break.
Alright.
Let's take like 10, maybe 15 minutes. Meet back here just a little before 9.
Sure.
Sound good to everybody?
sure.
Then
All right.
we'll see you guys after the break. Be back in a bit.
all right.
And we're back. Mostly on time, which is good. So, yes, so you were handed a note from the man who came in, runs the counter at the trade house.
Right.
I'll stand up because we're kind of talking roughly about something related to him. So I'll stand up and like get out of the zone of whatever the protection is, and kind of like gesture to him with my hand, like to actually stay. As I take him to the side. How does he react to that?
Jill, can you hear?
Hello?
You thought you were talking about the guy that delivered the letter.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
am.
what I thought.
No, I'm
That's what
talking
I
about the guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
I'm
you were
talk-
talking to Daxius. I'm like,
No. I'm talking to the guy who delivered the letter.
Okay.
Like I stand up and like gesture for him to actually stay after he delivers the letter.
okay. He lingers,
standing.
but he doesn't like walk back.
Yeah, I'm just standing up to get out of the zone of Lion's protection. Otherwise, he won't be able to understand me.
Hmm.
And I say, could you arrange a meeting with me, Ash, and the at a game? What's the captain of the guard's name?
Is that was Younger. Yeah, Captain Younger.
And Younger? It's a rather important and serious matter.
Well, he's sort of expecting you as it is.
Right now?
At your convenience.
We'll gather ourselves when we can, but when you return to him, tell him that it will be something that we would like to talk with the captain of the guard as well.
I'll pass it along.
Thank you. Now I'll pat him on the shoulder and go to sit back down.
Yeah, he turns and leaves. That's it.
I'm not sure I'd trust the guard captain. Anyone involved in the current government is not particularly trustworthy. Even more so than by default.
I do agree that perhaps they are not very trustworthy, but the captain of the guard has worked with us in the past, and if anyone is to be willing to work with us, it will be someone who is not a noble but still has power in the legal system.
If I remember correctly, she was not particularly a big fan of us. Our main interaction being that we brought a prisoner into town who was immediately, violently, and very publicly murdered.
Well, we didn't have anything to do with that.
We brought the prisoner in.
We
were the first
were
ones to
there,
investigate.
actually.
We did
So
our
we are-
civic
We are
duty.
very much involved.
Well, it it might not be a comfortable conversation, but at the end of the day, it's better to have it than to be run down by manhunters.
It's not about comfort, it's about letting our plan get out to the right people.
If we're doing
Knock off.
Cats digging through.
I agree with you that it is not a great thing, but I think that not telling anyone is a worse thing.
That's where we tell Talia. Between the people that we've talked to so far in the city, I would hazard a guess that she's the most trustworthy with this sort of situation. And she has the necessary political pull to push things in the right direction. If we were able to complete our assignment, mission, with reasonable evidence that what we say is true, that being evidence that she is a vampire and has had untoward dealings. Working with the society, who are already known as, well, it's an oversimplification, but monster hunters, then the political ramifications will be much more easy to deal with. rather than by going to a member of the current establishment.
I partially agree with you, but remember that we've already been giving problems for the guild, and we were asked to be maybe a little bit more cautious in our dealings and give them less trouble.
Our involvement in the guild is going to cause trouble with this situation, regardless. Talia is the only person who can help mitigate that. If we don't go through this and don't work with her, then that would be significantly worse than if we did. Perhaps we'll be told to drop the subject entirely, and perhaps we'll be told that there will be trouble regardless. But if we are planning on moving forward with this, Talia is the one that we would be talking to. To a lesser extent, I would almost...
At a game, didn't we already talk to Talia, you said?
Yes.
This was a while ago, though.
But the instruction in general was, and I quote, don't, or be very careful if you are going to ignore that. So,
perhaps
I
we should
assumed that we
bring
were going to
Talia to the conversation with the captain of the guard and Ash. There's a lot of powerful people in one room, and the captain of the guard would be perhaps persuaded.
I don't mean to be... I hope that I'm not insulting when I ask this, because that's not my intention. Why do you trust the captain of the guard?
It's not that I particularly trust them, it's that I believe that they are our best shot at not getting hunted down.
But why?
We asked the
specifically?
king. I mean, we can't ask the king, but because at the end of the day, if we do something that is illegal, the guild might not have our backs. If it's done without asking others, we have to be. We can't just rely on the guild entirely.
They house people like me in the guild. I think they'll probably have our back.
Raleigh society is not going to cause any problems for us. We are going to cause problems for them, of
I
course.
don't think that they will cause problems for us, but I don't think that they will on their own get rid of our problems.
And why would you think that someone who is already so entrenched in this society, this upper echelon of society that is benefiting each other and nothing else, would take our side on this? This is the captain of the guard in the city. The city is,
Because
even
at
if
the
they
end
are
of
not,
the day, a captain of a guard is still of the people. That they're as high as you get before they stop caring about the people.
that's an assumption that is very dangerous.
You are a fucking fool. I'm getting a drink. I stand up and go to the counter.
The list starts to say it's like 12 p.m. It just doesn't finish the sentence.
That's pretty late for Dacius.
I think I'm going to finish that last spell, but it does seem like we still have some pieces that yet to fall into place.
I don't think we're planning on doing anything rash today. So
No. Still, and if someone would like to fly for about an hour or so, let me know.
fair enough. But
I might like
to what I was saying. But regardless, well, first off, I disagree. I do not believe or have any trust that the captain of the guard would, in any city, much less here, not speaking specifically about Captain Younger, but people in general, you do not get to a position like that by being of the people and for the people. I imagine this is not exactly an elected position, and even if it was, this is not something that you can trust that the city's best interests is what drove them to gain this position. Whether or not they are supposed to be for the people, they are a representative and the barrier
I'm not saying
between
that
the
they
common
are
people
for the people.
and...
I'm not saying that they are for it. I am saying of. They are not born nobles. They are born commoner.
But that's what
Am
that
I
is. That's my
crazy?
point. Perhaps
were
they are.
born
Perhaps
of
they're
the
not. I don't
people.
know.
They have.
Every one of
they
us
are-
is born of the people. Sven, my point is that you don't get into a position like that by being
Do you not?
purely of the people.
No, you don't.
Do you not
get
understand
by
where political
having
power comes
leadership and being good.
It seems a
Am
bit
I crazy
idealistic.
here?
Yes, you are.
The
sorry, but
captain
you
is
are.
rarely just a lower noble that was placed there in a cushy position. They are important people that
But-
need to be leaders.
Who
My
want to
point
keep
is
their
that-
position because it gives them good food and a good place to sleep instead of being out on the streets. That's
My-
all
my-
people care about.
My point is not that they weren't a normal person at some point. My point is that to become a person in that position, you are not, very, very rarely, but in general, you are not going to be doing so out of the kindness of your heart and through purely on the board, above board, and good.
Do you think the average
actions.
person is afraid of vampires, Vic?
I
Do you
would
think
assume
that
so.
the average person does not fear that they would have their life drained away or turned into one of those things? Do you think that a regular human would be apprehensive at the idea of getting rid of a vampire nest in their own town where they live and breathe and sleep? Do you think that they would be that they would object to this?
Do
Consider
you
for a
think that the-
moment that this is a noble that we're going to take care of, which has influence.
Do you
Which
think that the
would
life
very-
of the person is worth more than the gold that can be paid? Captain Younger is not in any danger. Captain Younger is in a very important position. Captain Younger has a lot to benefit from going around and telling stories about how an intrepid group of idiots is planning on murdering a local noble.
I think
Honestly,
you have
I'd
a
even
very
say the
poor
same thing for Ash.
opinion of people. You think that everyone in every position of power is corrupt?
It's
Sven, I
something
have
that has
seen
to be
it firsthand.
Sven, I
I
think
don't-
we've got 3 people here trying to who have doubts about involving the captain of the guard. I think it's important you listen, or at least consider our perspective.
Fair enough. If you want to call off the meeting, then fine. But I
I'm
think
not-
it is.
I think we're perfectly fine in meeting with Ash. I think Ash has something to benefit from giving us the money, or giving us the information that we desire.
Ash knows
Younger
more
does
about
not.
the captain of the guard than we do, and I think if he thinks it's good to involve him, then we should let him make that judgment call.
I believe it's a her, isn't it?
Yeah, so her.
Oh, Captain Younger, that's right.
I think Siegfried Ash is just gonna go wherever the money is, no matter what
Right.
side it is.
I,
Could be
If
us,
we put him
could
in
be
a
them.
position.
I
Make
That's
more
why
think
we
that
need to
there's.
detective motive first.
You might disagree, Daxius, and I understand why you do. You have good reason to hate someone like him, but I sense a good heart in Ash.
Better than
I-
most in his position. I wouldn't say good.
He's done well not to have himself assassinated, that's for sure.
I mean, he
cause
could
is-
have easily taken care of us.
His cause is
could've.
noble.
Good or bad doesn't really matter. We're looking to gain something from the interaction, and there's no reason that he can't as well.
We are but a pissant to his empire. How many
In
of
any case-
you go out of your way to step on an ant?
I try not
In any
to.
case, it
but
seems
It
that
takes a certain deranged type of person who does. And Ash is not that man.
Mr. Ash is waiting for us. Perhaps it would be good to see if we can't get that meeting scheduled earlier rather than later.
could head over now. I mean,
Perhaps
I was
we should
expecting-
head over now.
yeah, I was expecting this letter to be about me and Grugamesh's business, which,
Hmm.
while this veil is still up with you, considering that, well, I think Siegfried Ash, the whole job was to take a book from our mentor. You guys
That was
already
never
all know this.
confirmed.
Or someone in the Valier Society. I assumed they were meaning our mentor, considering that I was told they were going to be here soon, and considering that they're
Well,
not
so hold
here
on.
yet.
Out of character, we never talked about this. In character,
I thought we did.
out of character we talked about it. In character, we have not.
Because you
In
never
character, you and
shared,
Gilgamesh.
yeah, the deal that you and Gilgamesh had to cut in order to, paper that over.
Yeah. So
Oh, we did. That's
No, we didn't.
Like weeks
What?
ago.
And we didn't know that it. We don't know that it's the mentor. We know that it's a Valier Society with an important book that's coming this weekend, I believe. But we don't know who it is or when precisely they're going to show up. You just have like the room that they're staying in, basically.
Right. I just assume. And also they're going to a play. I think it was some kind of performance.
Yeah, I think we had mentioned, somebody did, either I or someone else, mentioned that it could have been the mentor. But with the information, knowing that knowing that he's stuck in Willowbrook is probably makes it seem a little less likely.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking it was them, but now that they're going to be in Lunabrook, yeah, I don't think it is, which makes me a lot less worried about it.
Oh yeah, in character we never discussed it.
I was under the assumption we did. Well. Nevertheless, Gilgamesh, at some point we should discuss personal matters.
I agree. We could maybe do it after our meeting with Ash today.
Works for me.
You see the sending stone begin to glow.
Oh, well, speak of the devil. Does anyone want the honors? Or shall I just recite it out to you as he speaks?
You do the honors, Dex.
Alright, pick up the stone.
What you hear is, perhaps this introduction is not the best, my dwarven friend, but I believe you and I would have much to discuss, yes?
He's talking to you, Gilgamesh. He
Oh.
got your message. We never actually sent another message.
Oh, you sent him a message, right?
How do you know it was me?
I think he would know.
Oh wow! So I guess my reputation precedes me then, huh?
He
Didn't you
does say that
"Hey,
there
it's
is a lot.
Gilgamesh" in your first message?
Yes.
How does he know?
He did say that you two would have a lot to talk about. Do you know him?
I don't believe so.
Insight.
Wrong system.
Sense motive?
Sense motive, yes.
Are you going to oppose that?
I may have forgotten something about my character. I genuinely don't know, so I'm not going to oppose it.
I think, I feel like your response technically is true, but I wonder if Gilgamesh would wonder if perhaps this person knows more than they're letting on.
Right.
Well, either way, they seem to know you.
Why
Has he
shouldn't they
introduced
know me?
himself?
Does he know Gilgamesh or? Or
I feel that it's best that we
Alright.
probably avoid playing with that too much, because I don't think it's necessarily to be expected that we use it as a personal journal.
So,
Should I ask him for further details about his journey when he's
If we're headed that way regardless, I feel like it's better not have to communicate it with a stone more than necessary.
just so we're on the same page, make sure that we're not heading to Lunabrook and all of a sudden he's in Innsbruck and we're in Lunabrook.
you could ask him how he knows us or what he knows of us.
Well, probably everything that Talia told him.
I'm sure he's done his own research, though.
Maybe. I'll pick up the stone. He's already heard my voice. Why doesn't someone else talk to him?
Give it to Birch. Or, sorry, not Birch.
Who the fuck is Birch?
Oh God! Who the fuck are you people?
Fernix's eyes suddenly dilate.
Fernix just draws his rapier and stabs the guy next to him. Now, if anyone was a spy, it was him.
Fucking
See how he just
two-armed
appeared out of
freak.
nowhere?
Yeah.
Playing dumb, a likely story.
Uh-huh. Good thing you caught him first.
Hello, this is Fernix. Nice to be speaking with you. It just sets it down.
That's
Oh.
the message.
Yep. Oh, I didn't think that through at all.
Vic is gonna pick the stone up and put it in the bag of holding. I feel like we should probably just put this away for now.
I think that's a good idea.
I have morning meditation brain.
There's a secret feature of the sending stone that lowers your intelligence by 10 whenever you try to use it.
Alright.
Like everyone's a grandma talking to somebody. Hello, sweetie, how are you? And it's like a text message, and it's like, yeah, hi, grandma. Good.
It's like it's on speakerphone, but she's still got the mic up to her mouth, so it's like blasting.
Really
On a video call with it held vertical like this.
It's the top of
You
the
can see
head.
the top of her. Uh-huh.
as is tradition. So,
It's right.
It gets
No.
dropped in the toilet. I believe we are heading over to talk to Secret Ash.
Unfortunately.
are you letting
Right.
Talia know?
No.
And are you
Oh.
all going?
Yes.
There was a discussion
Well-
of excluding Gurumesh, but he's going to go unless someone stops him.
But,
just
but,
have
I-
to-
but Fernix doesn't answer you in game.
We just have to hog tie Gurgamesh.
Yeah. Does Fernix have silence prepared?
Yes, I do. Wait, hold on before I say that shit. Was that the one that I cribbed off of there? Nope. Nope, I kept that because I was like, mm-hmm. Oh, if it's a wasted slot, it's a wasted slot. But if it's not, this is a good one to have.
What it is.
I was
Every
also
single-
going to prepare one additional scroll, I guess you could say. Fernix just makes sure that no one's looking, and then takes out a sheaf of paper and just like scribes a rune in the air with his hand, which burns its way into the paper. And then we roll that shit up and don't read it ourselves either, because it will, in fact, go off.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm. And now we just have that in the back pocket. Oh, did forget to do that yesterday. Better late than never, I suppose.
Mhm.
Well, that would be useful.
But yeah,
Alright.
it is permanent.
Alright.
The one caveat being, some people will try to put this all on the same scroll, and you can't do that. A whole bunch, however, oh yeah, you can just throw out a whole bunch of cards or whatnot, and if they read a whole bunch, they all blow up.
Fuck.
And we give it to Ash.
Exactly.
I mean, in a last-ditch
No,
effort,
Dax,
we're backed
yes.
against the wall.
No Dax,
Not a-
yes.
It applies to
I have a
any
grenade to it.
situation. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Read, motherfucker, read!
English motherfucker, do you speak it?
You
so because you guys as a group are
and
heading
a
out,
girl.
it definitely, it's a little afternoon, maybe closing in on 1, maybe by the time you get there. But you head through the city. It's definitely a lot quieter than it's been the last couple days. Most of the festivities are over. There's still like the crowning event this evening, but other than that, it's pretty much over.
As
gonna-
we leave, I'm just gonna dart off from the group, just split off briefly, go into my Inara form, and then meet back up with them closer to the Narrows.
Okay. You guys get across the city without too much of an issue, really. Weather's kind of been nicer overall. Hopefully it'll be a cooler night. You get into the Narrows. It's just as busy as always. People don't really look at you one way or the other. Either A, they just know not to care, or B, I guess the earned reputation is perhaps maybe not rubbed off, but has become normalized. You enter into the trade house as Vilnius, the bespectacled guy, is finishing up a sale with somebody. Dirk, the bald one, who Vilnius calls Curly, is kind of just loitering in the far corner. The golem turns, looks at you guys. No reaction beyond that.
Is Ashen here?
Probably not in here.
Not here, like not in the sale room, sales floor. Excuse me. The middle class guy who's finishing up the sale, he seems to be buying like something relatively simple, a weapon of some kind. And Vilnius takes the money, gives him back his change, and says, "Well, have a nice day, yes. Very good, very good." And just like sees him out. He sees you guys and then waits for the other guy to come out and says, "Well, I wasn't expecting everyone to come, but
We're here a bit early.
either way, you are expected. In the back.
Go.
You know the way."
Yeah, I start going that way.
Sure, well.
Start going that way. I pull my sword. No, I don't.
I quick save and draw my hammer.
Don't worry, we'll be back. Just pulling out the wands and the.
Yeah, we
And
just
he's
got a
like,
loaded
"Oh."
handgun for some reason. Also, I didn't know Sven had a sword.
Did you say a minigun?
No, a loaded handgun.
Okay.
Yep.
That would have been very funny if you.
No, this
Pull out a
isn't shitty
minigun.
Pokemon with guns. So, you
I will say I'm loading into my my quick sheath the mirror image wand.
you head through the back. Vilnius opens up the desk thing to let you under. Go through the back. It feels like kind of a long walk because as soon as you get into the back room, it gets a whole lot quieter. You go go up the stairs around the corner, and you can hear the scrawl of a pen across paper as you get to the other end of the hallway. What is who is leading, who's following?
I think Sven
Ish.
might be leading.
Oh, Garugamesh
Yeah.
definitely pushed himself to the front.
I'll be behind Gilgamesh.
I usually monkey in the middle, but do you want to go in front, Lynn? Or
I
I mean,
don't
do
think
you
it
want to be
matters.
fourth or fifth position?
I can be last and close the door on my way in.
Okay.
Okay.
You get inside. He doesn't look up at you as you guys enter, just kind of like finishes writing off what it is, puts the ink pen back, takes the roller to like pick up any extra ink, puts that down, and then looks up at you. Kind of like across. His expression is a bit hard to read. Pretty neutral. He then looks between Garugamesh and Daxius and says, "Room 308. So, what exactly did the rest of you have to discuss?"
You are. Well, I suppose actually. The first question: have you learned anything in your investigation?
Perhaps. Nothing necessarily good, but perhaps something useful. My employee was telling me that when he walked in, you were arguing over something.
We tend to do that a lot.
It really
It's
doesn't
not
mean anything.
Daily occurrence.
we were having a discussion on something perhaps related to what I at a game. Do I want to say hired you for?
Sure.
But our something related to our agreement.
Is that why you asked me to summon the captain of the guard?
Yes, though the others here seem to disagree with my requests, so perhaps don't. That's why we came so quickly.
Assume
Well, you
you're
can see that she is not here at present.
assume you're comfortable with an amount of discretion in your business dealings.
I
Is,
don't think I would have survived as long as I had I not.
assumed as much. I simply bring this up as it is a sensitive topic. Perhaps you know, perhaps you don't.
Probably does.
And before I continue, I hope that we can keep this between us.
The room is magically sealed against any kind of scrying or other eavesdropping magic. What is said within these walls stays within them unless certain agreements are betrayed.
Like Lovego. Sorry, that was a meta joke.
You're well prepared. But the reason that we are looking into this whole Lutz situation is that we have a very strong reason to believe that Countess Veronica Lutz is an undead vampire. And that's something that we cannot divide.
His reaction is rather nonplussed. He
As I said,
moves like the paper that he was working on like onto the side after blowing it on a little bit and says, "And your point is?"
well, we're planning on killing her. Sooner rather than later.
I want to see his immediate reaction to that information, if I could even read him at all. Probably not, but I'll
Give me a
try.
sense motive.
And Vita,
nope.
37.
No.
I put some chips into that as well.
Damn it.
I'm not going to cast guidance.
Maybe.
I might be taken the wrong way.
You got some magic funky shit? I was thinking of doing magic funky shit, but it didn't really work last time.
I would do it.
Well, too late now. I'm already in the room. He's just gonna... What? I'm just gonna cast Detect Thoughts right in front of him?
Yeah.
No, perfect idea.
Yeah,
Pretend like you're sneezing.
his reaction is pretty unreadable. It seems pretty stoic. He looks between all of you as if almost like gauging up whether or not you're serious about that or whether you're just talking out of your heads.
It's a stupid plan, I'm aware. And plan have formed at this point. But to be perfectly honest, that's not something that you need to be concerned about personally. The reason we bring this up is multiple reasons. First off, we wanted to inform you, or at least I did, because, well, if anyone could benefit from a potential sudden power vacuum, you seem like the person that might be able to do so. And we are the people who could use friends with the ability to do so.
So,
Second off, we need to make sure that this does not bite us, so to speak. There's obviously going to be some backlash, and there's going to be some consequences. But, well, we entrust this information to you, knowing that you're an intelligent person, and you're able to make the choice to be on the correct side.
when I made the deal with Prince Lucas III before his death, of old age, and continuing on with both his son Hans before his death, and now with Ludwig. We have maintained a rather delicate balance of power within the city, between myself, who controls most of the underworld to keep the less savory aspects of the world out, the prince and the guard, who keep everything that operates within the light in line, and then the nobles, who really can't be policed, one of which is indeed Lutz. I've known about her for probably about 6 years now. In truth, I have wanted to dethrone her for quite a while. Not necessarily because that's territory I wish to control. I could not give a good goddamn what the weird nobles do in their homes every night. But because I'm tired of covering up bodies when they appear. Because both I and the captain of the guard have had to deal with this for, well, in Junger's case, close to 2 decades. Myself, not nearly as long, but long enough. Have any of you ever heard a term called realpolitik?
Big head.
Is it just
Realpolitik is the application of the aspects of politics and diplomacy in a way which works towards a desired outcome regardless of the costs at which to obtain it. Leaving Lutz alone has been an aspect of that, because my own forces and the guard, and if Captain Junger needs to pass on a message to Captain Frederick Jaeger, the Royal Guard as well, would probably snuff that out. However, there come with it costs. We are well aware that in the north and in the east, the undead have a little more sway than they do here in Innsbruck. Lutz is a pain in the ass. Not so much of the activities that she and hers have undertaken over the years that I've known about it, but because she's a tick. Embedded and difficult to get out unless you have the right fire. So, am I correct to assume that you are going to take a swing at this regardless of the words that I say once I stop speaking?
probably?
It
No.
depends on what you say. But it is something that we very much are invested in seeing through.
Then I might have a solution. I will need to send a couple of messages, but it is always best that when somebody like this falls, it is not to a rival gang, it is not to some random hero, it is to the system. Because it's a whole lot fucking harder to attack a system than it is an individual. I know that there have been certain elements within the Valier society, and like, his eyes turn to the two of you and says, oh, by the way, the individual in question will be at the feast tonight. Do with that information what you will, because if they depart, I will be able to warn you.
So are we just supposed to guess who this is? You have a name?
I will tell you nothing more than you already need to know.
Oh,
In
great.
fact,
So
it's
we are supposed to
generally-
guess.
It is generally better that you know as little as possible. So if something happens, you don't need to deny anything because you don't know anything.
Of course.
So, there are certain elements within the society who have been wanting to dislodge them for quite a long time. The same within the Freehold, although not nearly as enthusiastic. Truth be told, it is because none of those two groups, myself or the city guard, never really had the conviction to take a swing at it. Alone, even with one other group, we would achieve victory. It would be Pyrrhic at best. And as soon as that happens, word makes it eastwards, and suddenly we have a lot more problems coming down from the mountains. But... And he kind of like leans forward, and you can like hear the desk creak as like he puts more of his weight onto it. If certain information were to come out that perhaps would incriminate them, suddenly this individual becomes a liability. I have had it on good recognizance that there is somebody coming up the road from Darien in a long black coach. I don't know who they are, and I don't like that. I also know that they are magically warded, and that the magics that they are using are not exactly common. Dollars to donuts, I would bet that if they don't go into the freehold, which I suspect that they will not, they will end up at the Lutz Manor House.
Are
I
you
don't think-
suggesting that perhaps we ambush them?
Coming in? No. Going out? Yes. I want to make certain that they are seen here in the city. That they are seen having gone into that home and coming out of it. It's very uncommon for a single coach to take as many magical and physical precautions to conceal what it is within. I don't like it, but I have my suspicions. I've heard news from the West that there are certain groups who have gotten a little restless. Certain Underdark individuals.
Oh, joy. My favorite.
Going into that home, even now, just the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you would be suicide.
6. We have a big cat.
Ah,
Oh, 7 in Natari, and then we can't forget about our new homunculus, so really, it's 8.
And then if you think about it, no.
All of the mites living in Garugamesh's beard count up to another person.
True.
well,
Like 10 people, honestly. By weight.
By weight.
I expect at most that there are 4 people within the coach, a driver, and 2 guards. I like those odds a lot better, especially when I can make sure certain things happen to buy time, give a little bit of information to the right people so that perhaps they know exactly where to find these individuals when the time comes.
Can I make a slightly old request? I've got like 6 charges of Discern Lies. I basically would probably like to use that at a couple instances. Mainly being on like, how much does he actually know? Like, when he says something to the extent of like, I don't know what's in this, but I know it's suspicious. I want to hit that. I want to hit like whenever he's talking about like his feelings about it. Like he just said something to the end of like, I like those odds. I want to make sure that he's not just like saying that to get us excited and get us killed because he knows more than he's letting on. And along those lines, I just want to make sure that like he's not just feeding us a hook so that we can end up getting out of his hair unnecessarily. And I can use however many Discern Lies charges you feel is necessary.
Choose a
Six.
statement and I'll offer you information.
Okay. Can I do 3 separate statements, like I said?
Sure.
First statement, basically the part where he's talking about how he doesn't know who's in the coach. So that's a discern lies. I believe it is a 17 will.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this a situation of yes, no, or is there a scale?
So each round you concentrate on the target who must be within range. You know if the target deliberately and knowingly speaks a lie by discerning disturbances, yada yada. So it's either a yes lying or no lying.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily reveal evasions.
Right. Like I said, it's like, is it a yes or no? Because there are certain things which could technically qualify as a lie if, like, say, I don't know, but I have certain suspicions, but I don't want to say that because I cannot confirm it.
Though,
Definitely lying then.
yeah, because it would theoretically pick up on each individual part of the sentence. So I don't know would be one part of the sentence it could tell if it was lying or not. But I have suspicions that could tell if he's lying if he actually does know. And then such and such so overall.
Mhm.
I don't know. You can interpret it however you want. It's a slightly
Okay. So the
vague.
first one was about that he doesn't know what's in the coach.
Yes.
You don't get a read back on that.
Okay.
The second?
Second was that he feels comfortable in saying that. I don't remember the exact way he phrased it, but it was like, I like those odds better. The goal being, is he trying to string us along and say that, we have a better chance than we do?
It doesn't ping as a lie.
Okay. And I can supplement these with sense motives as
Go ahead.
necessary.
I just do one for each, just to cover bases.
Okay, first I'll just do. I don't remember what the third one is, so I'll just skip that one. I'll just do these first two.
Yep. Okay, you're just doing the first two.
Yep.
So the first one definitely comes back as not necessarily a lie, but not necessarily the truth. It might be operating on what information we have or a supposition.
Okay, so my assumption would be that he might have more information that he's letting on, but he's not confident enough to actually make that determination. Okay.
Okay, and the second one was again, the odds.
The odds.
That one definitely does not come back as a lie. I think you can tell that he's operating on simple volume. How many people can be in that manor house versus how many people can be stuffed into that coach like a clown car?
Okay. I might do some more sense motives later down the line, but that's about it for now.
And the third thing?
I don't remember what the third one was. I think it was something along the lines of like. I don't think it was like a specific one, so this one might just be a sense motive. But it was like, I just want to get the sense of whether or not he's like explicitly trying to string us along, or if there's like, he's saying these things to benefit us, even though it is going to definitely benefit him, but he like genuinely thinks that this is a good idea and not just trying to get us out of his hair. And that can be done at the end or whenever.
I mean, based on the information so far, you can come back around whenever you feel like based on new developments. For this one, obviously, he does not like you guys. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying.
He doesn't.
You know what? I would be surprised to find an NPC that does like us, regardless of how much they've talked to us.
Yeah.
But he does not seem to be treating you like a dumb child. He seems to understand the usefulness and resourcefulness of a tool when he sees it. And by that, I don't necessarily mean it as an insult. It's just...
You're calling me a tool. I see how it
It is what it is.
Yeah,
As
well,
I
you said you were
said,
going
it's
out.
real
who
politic.
cares? Okay. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just try to get that in.
In this situation, were you to succeed or you to fail, I would need to be letting certain people know regardless. Those being the captain of the guard, those being Talia Virowin, and those being Captain Frederick Jaeger of the Royal Guard, most likely to pass on to the prince himself, as the prince is well aware of the situation and feels about as, I don't want to necessarily say powerless, but he understands the blowback of going directly at a cell of vampires. But if something embarrassing and dangerous were to come out, make the Countess Veronica looks into a liability, I find it much more likely that they will jettison her and try to start anew elsewhere. But before I were to say anything to anyone one way or the other, I would need to know A, whether you are going to do this, and B, if you'd like to take my plan or you'd like to charge the gates. Because if you try to charge the gates, I will provide no political cover. And I can guarantee you that you will probably be forced to leave the city for quite a long time, assuming you don't die.
May
It
we-
sounds as though we only have one option here.
May we speak as a group, just briefly, and get back to you in a few moments?
I will pop another discern lies on that last statement as well. I don't think he's lying, but
I
Couldn't
mean,
hurt.
for the one that he just said about that you have two options, or the if you
Yeah.
charge the gates, you will die.
specifically that,
That comes across as truth. Like I feel like
yeah,
anyone.
I didn't
here would
think I
be-
needed to. Yeah, I didn't get the impression that that was him trying to finesse us. But I haven't used one of these class features in about 3 months, so.
Please, you may regroup with me whenever you've reached a decision or desire more information.
It shouldn't take long.
He pulls out another piece of paper, takes a pen, and begins slowly writing again.
In the meantime, could you read this? No.
Oh, how nifty. We'll find like a quiet corner somewhere.
Yep.
I don't think you need to pop your fake whispering your spell here. We're quite enough company. However, I just wanted to get us aside just so we could talk one-on-one in case there was any problems anyone had. But if I'm going to be honest, as much as I don't like leaving, possibly only getting rid of one of these vampires and leaving the rest to just scatter and regroup elsewhere, it might be the only reasonable option we have.
I agree.
I do agree. I think that, if anything, this is perhaps even better.
I wouldn't say better. We're only getting rid of one rather than a bunch.
I don't think our
But-
intention was ever to completely
No,
destroy
no, I
this.
mean, this information and plan is better.
I want to eradicate
Yes.
them all. Every last one of them.
I actually
I
agree with
can
Guru. I would
sympathize.
like to, but
I would as well.
I know he's making a
What's the
reference to
phrase?
something, but I don't know what it is.
Biting off more than one can chew. Sounds like that might be something that would be in the form of several vampires instead of the one powerful one. So
Mhm.
I think our odds are better.
It
Yeah.
slightly alters our original goal. At least my original goal, in that it wasn't necessarily that their operations in specifically Innsbruck were the problem, but their operations in general.
I agree,
But,
which is
as you
why
said-
I have an idea.
Fighting off more than we can chew might be, especially now that we have a bit more context with how they are operating as a cell in this northeastern part of the kingdom, or the empire.
Right. I didn't want to affect everyone's confidence, but a full good amount of my planning has been on just making sure that we can get away from whatever.
Fair. I mean, to be honest, I was only expecting, when we first talked about the vampire stuff, I was expecting like 2, maybe 3. If they've known about this entire time, there's got to be a whole fucking herd in there. I don't know what we can do against a lot of them. But
We did not have the context that we needed, which is why we had waited so long before pursuing this.
I do think I highly agree with you, Vic, that my intention also was not because they were in Innsbruck, they're a problem. It was they're vampires, so they're a problem. But we also have bigger fish to fry, and we also can't deal with them all right now. So I need to sort of round up my followers anyway, and sort of get them in the know of what's going on next. I have a few ideas, at least if they all decide to continue following me. But one of them, including bringing people over to Lunenburg, was possibly, once we deal with these vampires, having 1 or 2 of my followers possibly keep tabs on them while we're away, and maybe once all of our other baskets are filled, perhaps in the near or far future we can revisit them and deal with the rest of the mess when we're stronger and more experienced and don't have a lot of other shit breathing down our neck.
Dexius, I don't mean to offend you when I say this, but I feel like if you were to assign this to any of your followers, they would probably end up dead.
I'm not saying to follow them like to trail them. I'm saying to keep tabs on them, like multiple days behind, probably.
If we do follow
alive.
through with Ash's plan, then there wouldn't necessarily be any vampires in Innsbruck. At least not immediately.
Not in Innsbruck, but afterwards.
Sending them into Ravensburg or Unterfell is probably an unwise decision.
Well, no, I'm not expecting
It's not
them
that
to throw their lives away, just more getting what information they can without dying and keeping us in the loop.
I think
good experience for them.
I don't think that's to be perfectly honest, I don't think that's important right now. We can worry about that later. But if we follow through with Secret Ash's plan, we are striking a blow, even if it is not necessarily to the same extent that we initially intended. And I got the general impression that, while I wouldn't say he is our biggest fan, he's not stringing us along, so to speak. At least not with ill intention.
I also got the impression that he's working with us earnestly.
I did as well. I've been doing dealings with Ash, and I believe that he is, at the end of the day, a good person who wishes to see, perhaps, the same result that we do.
I wouldn't say good person, but the same results, yeah.
Sven, I hope that you can understand why we don't necessarily trust your judge of character if the first person you're calling a good person is a crime lord.
This is not the first person I'm calling a good person.
Point still stands.
It's maybe the second or third.
He's just a little crime lord.
Yeah, he's just like a nice little crime lord. He likes cookies and milk, and he's like a real friend to all animals. And he like disposes of bodies when people need to, and murders people. And he also like makes lasagna for his cats.
One of the good crime lords, like Walter White.
Yeah, the cool Walter White, except without cancer and like somehow less hair.
Well, then he's not cool if he doesn't have cancer.
Yeah, the cancer is the cool part.
Keep in mind where Sven comes from. This is like I'm trying to be a character.
That's fair.
No,
Sven
I was
comes from a
joking. Around.
gypsy caravan.
Which is weird because he's like praising the
Yeah.
police and the crime lords at the same time, which seems weird.
Yeah, it's because he's also obsessed with stories of valor and stuff like that. It's a weird combination, but I hope you guys understand that this is me trying to roleplay. I don't think
Oh,
that
yeah,
a lot of
it's-
these things
it's
a-
are actually great ideas.
It makes a good back and forth.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Sven says back the blue. No,
So I think we're all in agreement then
Oh my god.
that this
Yeah.
I
is.
feel like we should probably talk to Talia as well. She'll be
Yeah,
informed regardless.
I think we should probably go to her next. Probably best if she hears it from us.
I don't know how Talia would feel about if we just came out and said that we were going to be working with Siegfried Ash.
Well, she already works with Siegfried Ash.
Of all the people
It's
in this
different
city,
for her.
I don't imagine she. Remember, the Valley Society isn't necessarily a purely lawful group. They operate within the bounds of the laws where necessary and are more accepting to things that are pushing those boundaries when necessary. I don't think that there's going to be any major issue. And if you are concerned, that is still valid, so if you prefer, we can not mention where we got this information. But Siegfried Ash himself said that he was going to inform her after these jobs were taken care of, so might as well keep her in the loop ourselves.
It'd be smart.
I trust your judgment.
Well, I can't say that I've thought about ever going after someone on the road, but believe me when I say I've thought about it a lot, traveling on my own. So, glad that we're going to be on this side of the ambush.
Is it your
Not as
first
hard as it
time
might
being
be.
on this side?
Yes.
It's
Just wait till they
easier
get
than
past
you
the
think.
tree line of the city.
Is
As
it
long
not
as there's
your
no one.
first time, Daxius?
No.
As long as you wait till they get past the tree line, then avoiding sight is relatively easy. In any case, suppose we should let Siegfried know. Or be pursuing this particular line of action.
I
Yes.
guess we enter back into his office.
Nothing's really changed. He's continuing to write. He's like maybe 4 or 5 lines in. He like obviously when you come back in, finishes it, puts the pen back into the inkwell, looks up and says, "I assume that this means you've reached a conclusion."
Yes.
Not the conclusion we initially intended, but I think we'll act on the information as best we can.
Okay. He like leans forward again a little bit and says, "Since we have now struck a bargain, and I'm going to treat this as something that is unwritten for now. As I said, I will be sending the right messages to the right people to get them prepared." He like rubs his hands a little bit and says, "My suspicion is that representatives from a drow house is being sent north. For what purposes, I don't know, but I've heard rumors and rumblings from the southwest, and I don't like them. Historically, I've been aware that they have historically worked together in certain aspects when it was convenient.
I assume you mean vampires and the Underdark folk.
Yes. They often have very similar goals. Generally, these alliances do not last long, as eventually one will turn on the other.
Which is the way of evil.
Which is the way, more or less. When this happens, you're going to want to take a prisoner. I don't know who exactly is going to be within that coach. I don't think it'll be somebody from the actual house itself, most likely an ambassador or somebody other of rank but of no affiliation to the actual family. That is just my supposition, however, and I have no idea what might lie inside. You'll also want to take as many possessions, writings, books, anything like that, as these two things will act as evidence. Once that happens, you will most likely be out of this city, but it will then pass onto the city guard, the royal guard, representatives from the Valier Society were hired, and my own men to act as a dragnet to make sure nothing comes out of that manor alive. What happens after that will be my problem. If we succeed, I believe there will be a very large house for sale.
Imagine if we could pick that house up. Hold on.
Oh fuck no.
Hadn't even crossed my mind.
Yeah, let's buy the vampire house, guys.
That would be so cool, though.
That would be cool, but that is so far out of our pay grade.
Maybe
I don't
we get a
know.
discount for the service we did to the city.
I like to imagine that this conversation is being had in character.
Yeah.
Just completely interrupt. Yeah, let's go. Let's buy a house, guys.
And he's just like,
Can someone roll
All of our
knowledge
voices
to see how much
change.
that house is worth?
I mean, Sven might be able to afford it.
Yeah, because
Well,
Sven's sitting on a
let's
small
see.
fortune.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if somebody wants to roll appraise, at least who has been within the building.
Have I been in the building? I don't think so.
I think
I,
only Grugamesh has been in the building.
No, Vic has.
Vic
What do I
has
get with a
as well.
13?
Ah.
I'm gonna try and scratch me.
Yeah, that's about right.
City baby.
I'm role playing.
Ben thinks it's Vic thinks it's $1 billion.
Vic has been homeless for like 40 out of his 42 years,
Nice.
so he really doesn't have a good sense of how. 43, sorry. He doesn't have a good sense of how much houses are worth.
So,
He doesn't live. He's never
Urgamaj.
lived in one.
you think the house is probably in the 400,000 to 500,000 gold range?
Holy shit! I
Yikes.
didn't even know that you could get that much gold.
Mhm.
There are magical items that go for less than that.
Yeah, some people waste it all on some book they can read to be smart or some shit.
Yeah, just get like 3 greater quicken metamagic rods, and you've already just surpassed that amount. It's not a joke. Those are literally like over 100,000 gold.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're scrapping together, and we feel like we're big money when we have 10k gold laying around. I didn't realize that's what the nobles were like in this game.
Yeah.
Considering that this is how much our shit
Like,
costs, and this is
disgusting.
how much money we're getting
Guys, maybe
at
we
level
can get a
7.
discount. We can get a discount for our services.
A whole 10%. Woo woo.
Woohoo!
With that said, he kind of
Get
looks
alone.
between you all and says, "Has that been forthcoming enough for you to operate with?"
I believe we can do something with this. Yes.
It should be.
Those of you who have a history of highway robbery, you're going to find your skills in good demand. I will let you know once my contacts know more. I don't think that they will be moving until perhaps the day, maybe the night after this. So I wouldn't think on it immediately. And, I suppose I'll see some of you at the dance.
If you want to. Though I might leave my friends behind.
I don't dance usually.
Well, if you don't dance, then you're no friend of mine.
Oh, really?
All right, boys, time to wrap it up. Close the session.
See y'all
It's
next
very
week.
cool of you to say during a business meeting.
You get the curb your enthusiasm thing.
After that, he picks the ink pen back up and says, "Well, I thank you for your consideration and cooperation."
I genuinely, Ash, as a business partner and potential friend, I genuinely hope that this is a very good thing for you. Good things come as a result. I reach out to
Make
shake
sure
his
you
hand.
cut us in.
He actually does reciprocate. He has a,
Sven might be the only one in this party who genuinely really likes Ash.
he has a pretty strong grip.
Doesn't seem to.
I can only say that much.
I'm going to just, before Grugamesh has any ideas, just put a firm hand on his shoulder and just say, "Don't even ask."
I wasn't going to. I know how to mind my manners in a business meeting.
Alright, just making sure.
Just not when you send missives.
What about some missives?
You don't want to know.
By the way, I'd like to point out, back when we were having our earlier conversation, I mentioned I put the hat of disguise on, and I did not take it off, so I do still look like Vic for the entirety of this
I
conversation.
think Siegfried Ash knows who you are.
Yeah. Considering I think Vic is what, 6'2"?
Oh no, I made myself as like a foot shorter, so I think I'm how tall? I'm like 3 something now since I made myself a foot shorter. Yeah, I'm Vic, but I'm a 3'5" version of Vic.
You
You
cut
only
the legs
change the
off.
Also-
vertical proportions so he's just as wide as a normal Vic would be.
Yeah.
It's like a squished JPEG.
Yep.
Vic is 5'10", I believe.
Hmm.
He's smaller than you think.
That's average.
I think that's tallest in the group though. Oh, wait, no, Sven's
No.
probably
No,
tallest.
Sven's the
Maybe.
tallest.
Sven's the
Oh, yeah,
tallest. Sven is 6'8".
Yeah,
6'8".
he's fucking giant.
Yes. He is incredibly tall. Like, especially for this time period, he is pointedly very tall, especially for a catfolk.
I think he'd be tall in any time period.
Yeah.
Like, you would probably not live past the age of 45 because you have gigantism and would die. So,
How old is Sven?
He is 27. Oh shit, that's the same age I am now. Fuck. Now it's a self-insert.
That was it. That was it. It was all we needed.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's
always
old.
an
Bless you.
officer?
after that, he more or less just kind of gives you a gentleman, and unless you have anything
make-
else to discuss.
I leave as fast as possible.
We'll be in touch.
Pocket Cat agrees.
Rugumesh stays
He
behind
does.
to be the last one to leave, and then he challenges Siegfried Ash to the arm wrestling.
I see Garugamesh waiting to do this stupid plan, and I pick him up under the armpits like a child and pull him out.
Little Vic is kicking his legs.
Little bit.
Even though he's holding him like a solid foot above where his arms are supposed to be.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like it looks like I'm like summoning your head.
Vic, both you and Garugamesh just see him go.
Yeah, that's most people.
It's like this is like one of the very few times where Vic intentionally avoids eye contact.
Siegfried Ash seems to know that they only keep Rugumesh around because he hits hard.
Aw.
That's not true. You also make the group money by making gems.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. I need to put 300 gold into the party fund.
Mm.
Okay. Well, I feel like this is most likely a very good spot to leave off the session for today, so you guys will have the banquet to look forward to.
And also, me and Grugamesh are finally gonna get started on our robbery.
Yep, and the two of you are gonna go. Well, technically, it's not thievery; it's piracy. Because you're not
Right.
stealing anything, you're copying it. So nothing was taken.
That's true.
Wait,
you
hold
wouldn't
on.
download a car.
What do pirates look like in this universe? Do they look like
With their
normal?
eyes.
Well, it's a mixture of what you would expect, like actually European corsairs, as well as like actual more Turkic and North African corsairs as well.
They also
There's
have
just-
black leather jackets and aviators.
Yeah, slick back hair and like switchblades.
Yeah.
They're gracers for some reason. I don't know. It's just part of the lore.
I feel like Garugamesh would make a pretty cool biker. You know, with the slick back, red hair,
my
the
God.
big beard, leather
Somebody get rid of
jacket.
that.
Yeah, but he's way too in shape to be a biker. You need to be at least like 150 pounds overweight.
I don't know
Yeah.
why in my head, but like if Garugamesh was a biker in my brain, he's like also doing the biker sketty meme. You know what I'm talking
Oh.
about? He's on a horse with 2 forks that have spaghetti on them.
Oh, that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of
Or,
making gems,
Fucking
he peddles
right.
biker meth.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god.
Or that one meme where it's like the guy got photoshopped, like the guy was standing on a bike that was like shooting flames out. Except they photoshopped the bike out, so it looks like he's just like bent over it and farting out a fire.
Yeah.
See if I can find it.
I can very clearly hear the beginning riff of Bad to the Bone. Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
America from looting to tooting, a deadly disease called diarrhea from Korea. What is this?
I don't know. It was the first picture I found.
We need a way to display these memes on stream.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh man.
Fucking Christ.
You could just tweet it out, whoever has the Twitter.
Well,
I think
I
we all
think
have
that's
the-
worthy of
You
being
all
tweeted
do.
out.
It's- I think I'm the only fucking one who posts anything on that.
I always forget that we have the Twitter account.
I
I
know.
refuse to use Twitter.
No. Thanks everybody at home for watching. Next time
We're
we will
ending
get
on
to see.
biker sketty.
Yes, we are.
We will
Well-
end with biker sketty because that is what you chose to end on.
There, we'll get those pictures out for everybody, so
Yeah.
we're all on the same page.
Next time we'll definitely we'll see how these two people deal with trying to magically copy a book in a very high class hotel, and I guess we'll see how the socialization in the freehold goes for those who don't go to the thieving part. Well, I guess it wouldn't take them too long to do the thieving part, but
You said it would take like an hour, I recall.
about an hour. And I think the dinner starts at like 5. Like the event starts at 5. Food is served from 6 to 6 or 6 to 7, and then from 7 to midnight it's just entertainment.
Okay.
If that's an out-of-game hour, then I think you're underestimating things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that you guys don't, start a fight and swing from the chandeliers, but I guess
Hopefully
I should
not,
probably,
but-
account for that.
I mean,
Well-
shit could just go wrong.
I mean,
The-
normally Garugamesh and Daxius don't fight. It's Garugamesh just normally doesn't listen to Daxius' advice, and shit goes awry.
The general rule of thumb with anything involving this group is that if you try to assign a amount of time that it will take, you need to triple it and then consider other options. Because we can't do
Yes.
anything fast.
No. No, we
God.
cannot.
It's our
Oh,
curse.
Christ.
Like we've probably spent a collective of like 20 hours just in the library over the last few sessions.
It's weird, man. You guys are
There's a
fucking
reason.
nerds.
There's a
You
reason
gave us
they
too
had
much stuff to
go
go
anyway.
research. Like it's like a bunch of names and facts and history stuff. It's like I don't know what the hell this is, so we gotta go spend a lot of time in the library.
And then you learn shit.
Yeah, and then you
my
have to
God.
write more stuff for the lore.
I know, because you ask more shit.
Yeah. Well, you're giving us the opportunity to ask questions, so really that's your fault.
I know. I shouldn't give you opportunities to do things.
Yeah, you should stop. You should take all the power away from us.
Mhm.
That's what people like, railroading, right?
Yeah, no, totally.
yeah.
That's something what people watch, streams like this for is for the railroading.
Yeah, it's just like one guy's like LARP science fiction thing. And the rest, just like 5 other people hanging out.
Like, I'm a fucking
I mean-
published novelist. If I want to do something like that, I'll just write another novel.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess that's where we're going to end for tonight. We're going to see what disasters we get up to next week, so catch us then.
Hell yeah, I can't wait.
Bye.
later.
Goodbye.
Ciao.
Yeah.